Chapter 203. You'll never be able to match up to me in martial arts. Ma Chaochuan took a step forward and swung his right arm like a willow branch. The treasured blade followed, swinging horizontally and vertically. He swung it 13 times from 13 different angles. Every single strike was as swift as the wind, actually tearing through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, producing a sharp whistle. The sacred hall under the influence of hatred, he pushed his blade style to the limit. He was as wild as the wind, filled with a terrifying bearing of wanting to drag his enemy down with him. Even if the spectators looked down on his actions, they did not dare to look down on his martial arts. On the other hand, Yu Shuquang did not possess any of the might of a wild sword at all. His clothes were tattered, and he struggled to move left and right. Every time the blade pierced through the sword, it would leave behind a wound on him before retreating. He was like a horseman riding through the borders of an enemy kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering. It was like he had entered a deserted land, yet he did not kill them. He wanted to humiliate them viciously. He retorted, "What else do you have apart from martial arts?" Ma Chaochuan paled. He had been stabbed where it hurt. He was ugly, and his words were crude. Apart from his martial arts, he really had nothing else that he excelled in, which was why Yu Shuquang had stolen Ziya's heart. He wandered the Jianghu alone. Apart from his martial arts, he had nothing else. He bellowed out, "Die." He channeled his true qi, and the light from the blade pressed down like a mountain. The sword wanted to resist, but it was already riddled with wounds like Yu Shuquang. It immediately shattered when it came in contact with the mountain of blades. "Master! Brother Yu!" Countless calls rang out, but they were not as fast as the blade. No one could stop them. Yu Shuquang closed his eyes helplessly. "Ziya, I've come to see you." Outside the Proud Sword Manor, on a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, 2 young men dressed in luxurious silk robes sat opposite each other. They were as arrogant as 2 roosters and were leisurely sipping tea. It was as if they did not know what was happening in the Proud Sword Manor. However, Ma Chaochuan had come to Salt Mountain City on these 2 carriages before disembarking and entering the Proud Sword Manor. The young man on the left said, "Junior brother Ma is just too slow. Why don't you deal with him quickly?" A lifelike tail feather of a rooster was embroidered on his chest. It was beautiful and glorious. It was the symbol of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Only formal disciples at the 3rd layer and above had the right to wear it. His cultivation level was shockingly at the 5th layer of qi refining. Years of accumulated resentment, it's understandable. On the other hand, the young man on the other side was indifferent. That was the indifference of a strong cultivator. 2 tail feathers were embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of a core inner sect disciple who had surpassed the 6th layer of qi refining. "H, you're in such a sorry state for a woman." With his aptitude, he can only reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm in this lifetime. A 2nd layer qi practitioner is enough. Once we take back Salt Mountain City, he can stay here and gather talents for the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, just in case the people of the Green Vine Mountain always get ahead of him. Senior brother is wise. Stop. Yu Zijian called out. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised his head. A wave of fiery light surged towards him. With a cry, he spun his blade and slashed upwards. There was a boom, and flames exploded. Although Ma Chaochuan managed to avoid being incinerated, he was sent flying. His eyebrows were scorched. He cried out, "Scarlet Fire Talisman." Yu Zijian had already helped Yu Shuquang up. "Father, are you fine?" Yu Shuquang saw how she was alone. Is he unwilling to help? Yu Zijian shook her head. She fed the recovery pill Li Qingshan had given her to Yu Shuquang and commanded the disciples of the Proud Sword sect. Afterwards, she faced Ma Chaochuan. "I'll be your opponent. Girl, do you think you can become my opponent just because you have a few talismans in your possession? Move aside. Let me kill your father, and then I'll take you to the wedding." As Ma Chaochuan said that, he began to laugh aloud. He found it extremely amusing. However, no one in the surroundings agreed with him. They all glared at him furiously. Originally, Yu Zijian was still rather fearful, but when she saw Yu Shuquang's miserable state, she became furious. It's no wonder my mother doesn't like a baddie like you. Baddie was a swear word used by children. It would only make adults laugh. However, the second sentence made Ma Chaochuan cry out in anger. How do you know she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She's always called me senior brother, since young. As he said that, he almost burst into tears again. He alternated between sorrow and joy, anger and sorrow. He really did seem like a madman. Yu Zijian held a talisman. She was extremely reluctant to do this. Then she thought of what Uncle Nyo had said just now. Once you use this talisman, you'll definitely be able to kill him in a single stroke. You can't be soft-hearted. Ma Chaochuan raised his treasured blade and pointed it at Yu Zijian. All right, I'll capture you first, and then I'll kill your father. Yu Zijian raised her right hand as she watched Ma Chaochuan charge over. She swung it forcefully from left to right, and a crescent-shaped, golden arc of light appeared. Ma Chaochuan's pupils constricted. Golden crescent slash. However, he had no intentions of retreating. Although the golden crescent slash was an extremely terrifying metal element technique that was swift and sharp, he was confident he could block a golden crescent slash from a low-grade talisman with his blade. However, the golden arc seemed to be much brighter than he had imagined it to be. Before he could think too much about it, the golden arc had completely vanished from his vision. Oh no, that's a mid-grade talisman. With that thought, there was a splatter of blood and intense pain. A mid-grade talisman was equivalent to a technique from a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Although it lacked a lot of meticulous control and variations, it was definitely powerful enough. It was not something a measly 2nd-layer Qi practitioner could block. However, Li Qingshan had quite a few mid-grade talismans in his possession. Apart from supplementary talismans that could increase his speed and strength, offensive talismans basically had no use at all. No matter how strong or weak the enemy he was about to face, they would not be able to use talismans like this. However, a mid-grade talisman was a god artifact that could determine the outcome of a battle between weaker Qi practitioners. Ma Chaochuan suddenly fell to the ground, but he discovered that he was still conscious. Although the golden crescent slash had left behind a horrific wound on his shoulder, it was not fatal. In the final moment, Yu Zijian's hand moved slightly, preventing her from killing him on the spot. She panted slightly and said to Ma Chaochuan, "You've lost. I won't kill you. You can go." In the secret room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He had told her not to show any mercy. Although he sympathized with this brother Ma slightly, his principles were that as long as he was identified as an enemy, he would not show any mercy. However, he did not blame her. A girl as gentle and kind-hearted as her was quite rare. Helping her was much more enjoyable than helping Qian Rongji at the very least. He shook his head and murmured, "I'll show mercy, but I'll show no mercy." "Uncle Nyo," Little An said crisply with a giggle. Li Qingshan's expression seemed like he had been stabbed. He pinched her tender cheeks and pulled them apart. "If you keep calling me that, I'll rip your mouth apart," Little An said vaguely. Of course, Ma Chaochuan's expression changed several times. He stood up with his blade. "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose again. Don't move." Yu Zijian immediately had no idea what to do. She took out another golden crescent slash talisman. Uncle Nyo's voice rang out in her head, "Bring an extra one, just in case." He actually seemed to see through her reluctance to kill him. However, Ma Chaochuan continued forward as if he was courting death. He had already lost once. He could not afford to lose again. "They have talismans, but don't we?" Suddenly, a person called out from outside. A streak of yellow light shot in from outside, sticking to Ma Chaochuan's back. It was actually another mid-grade talisman. A flash of light enveloped him from head to toe. Ma Chaochuan felt his mind rouse as endless power filled his body. True Qi constantly flowed out from his back. He turned around and said gratefully, "Senior Brother Song." Yu Shuquang's expression changed drastically. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain actually still had masters here. In the carriage, the young man with a chicken's plume said, "Senior Brother, isn't it a little wasteful to use a mid-grade vitality talisman on him? He has the assistance of a master. She's just a little girl at the 1st layer of Qi practitioner, So where can she get 2 mid-grade talismans from? Let's just wait and see. We have to force that person out. Let's see just who's bold enough to oppose the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Senior brother Song's face was cold. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had sensed the 2 presences outside right from the beginning, so he was not surprised by their actions. He said, "Girl, you can't show any mercy this time." His deep, hoarse voice immediately became louder and louder. Everyone only felt like a gust of wind had whistled past, immediately suppressing senior brother Song's presence outside. Yu Shuquang beamed with joy and completely relaxed. The tiger butcher was dangerous, but if he stood behind him and became his backer, he would feel extremely at ease. Everyone understood why Yu Shuquang had specially taken Yu Zijian to the back of the hall just now. The proud sword manor was actually hiding a master like that. Ma Chaochuan and Yu Zijian were like 2 puppets fighting. The ones who truly controlled the outcome of the battle were the people behind them. Ma Chaochuan roared out. Tremendous true chi pushed up his clothes, and his treasured blade lit up. It gave off a chilling coldness, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Yu Zijian dared not tarry. With a wave of her hand, she cast down a golden arc of light before her. She dared not show any mercy this time. With a flash of the golden arc, it directly swung towards Ma Chaochuan's chest. With the assistance of the Vitality Talisman, not only had Ma Chaochuan's true chi increased drastically, but even his senses had sharpened. He grasped the trajectory of the golden arc of light, and his treasured blade spat out a streak of light as he swung down. With a great clang, Ma Chaochuan was sent flying. A great nick appeared on his blade, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open, dripping with blood. However, there was only joy on his face. Before he had even landed on the ground, he exhaled true chi from his hand and pressed it against the ground. He shot back up, fusing with the blade as he swung towards Yu Zijian. His eyes were scarlet like he had lost his mind. Yu Zijian no longer had any more talismans to use. She was about to die to the blade. Crack, crack, crack. There was a series of sounds of wood and rock colliding. A figure rushed out of the hall with even greater speed than Ma Chaochuan. It arrived before the stairs, and with a kick, it directly collided with Ma Chaochuan. They both fell out of the air. Although Ma Chaochuan was protected by true chi, he still felt his back ache, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the figure did not seem to feel any pain at all. It immediately flipped over and leapt to its feet. Its movements were swift and mechanical. 2 sharp blades extended from its arms, stabbing towards Ma Chaochuan. Only then did everyone see that it was not a human, but a puppet. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Zijian's eyes. She felt like the puppet was rather familiar. Chapter 204. The puppet and Ma Chaochuan became entangled in battle. Ma Chaochuan's treasured blade landed on the puppet, but it only left behind a deep mark. There was the vague sound of metal colliding. The mohist puppets were made from 1,000-year-old ironwood. They had been tempered through a special method, so they could not be compared to regular wood. Although he had the assistance of a vitality talisman, he was still forced into a retreat. Senior brother, what do we do? Senior brother Song's expression finally changed slightly. Even if he had a few more mid-grade talismans, it would be far too much of a waste. With a great roar, he leapt out of the carriage and took off from the door, rushing into the air. He flew over the spacious square like a great bird. He completely ignored Ma Chaochuan and the others below. He landed on the proud sword hall and pushed off again, directly shooting towards the secret room where Li Qingshan resided. The people of the Jianghu in the square had never seen such a wondrous movement technique before. They all raised their heads and became dumbfounded. Yu Zijian cried out, 6th layer Qi practitioner. During the time she spent in the Clear River Prefecture, she had learnt a lot about the general knowledge of Qi practitioners. She understood just how terrifying 6th layer Qi practitioners were, which immediately made her worry for Uncle Nyo. She rushed towards the proud sword hall. As he rapidly approached her, senior brother Song grabbed and pulled with his finger, and the thick wooden door shattered. He saw the tall, hooded figure inside with a single glance as if he had not sensed anything at all. He still had his back towards him. There was definitely no such a tall, burly man on the three mountains. Senior brother Song immediately realized this. He slammed his palm against the man's back, and true chi surged out of his body. Uncle Nyo. Yu Zijian happened to make her way over. When she saw this, she paled and became filled with sorrow. It's all my fault. Uncle Nyo is going to be beaten to death by the bad guy now. Senior brother Song's face had just lit up when it vanished, as not only did the burly man not fly away, but he basically did not budge at all. He continued to drink from his bowl of alcohol. The true chi he breathed out was like mud in the ocean. It failed to harm the burly man at all. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Who are you? Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. There was a scarlet flash in the darkness under the hat. Senior brother Song wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. His arm, which was almost twice as long as a normal person's, wrapped around his neck with a dustpan-like hand. He felt as if he was trapped by iron and had no chance of breaking free. As long as this hand exerted a little force, his neck would be broken and he would become a corpse. All Yu Zijian saw was Uncle Nyo finally stand up. His tall figure was filled with unbelievable power. His head seemed like it was about to hit the ceiling. With a single step, the ground shook, and the dishes on the table flew into the air. Call me Nyo Juxia. He took a step back and pulled back his arm. He roared, Call me Nyo Juxia. He threw martial brother Song like a javelin thrower. With a whoosh, senior brother Song's figure disappeared. He even crashed into the eaves with a loud bang, causing broken tiles to fall to the ground. The martial artists in the square saw that the figure left even faster than the one who came. He drew a parabola and landed outside the door with a loud bang. His mouth was open without him realizing it. Obviously, Nyo Juxia inside was more ruthless. Senior brother, are you fine? Senior brother Song was disorientated from the fall, but he was protected by true chi, so he was not injured. However, he was truly frightened. Just who was that huge man? Before him, he actually felt like he was unable to resist. If he wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man already. He was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, so he said in a hurry, Go. He actually ignored Ma Chaochuan and immediately boarded the carriage. He whipped off, rushing out of Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. Just now, the light from outside had landed on him, illuminating his pitch-black, unsophisticated face. His face was much younger than she had imagined it to be. He gave off a dignified air without being angry. His pursed lips made him seem extremely dignified. She was certain that she had never seen a face like that before, but the sense of familiarity did not vanish. Instead, it grew heavier. Could this be fate? A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, which made her leap in fright. How was this possible? This fate was a little too great. Thank you, Nyo Juxia. Li Qingshan sat back down on the bench and pushed down his bamboo hat. There's no need to thank me. Go see your father. Yu Zijian turned around and returned to the hall. The entire square fell silent. Everyone gathered their gazes on her, as if they wanted to find out about this Nyo Juxia's secret from her. Ma Chaochuan's face was ashen. In his eyes, senior brother Song was a supreme existence on the entire Pheasant's Grace Mountain, yet he had actually been defeated in a single move by the person inside. He did not even dare to fight back. The vitality talisman on him had dimmed and lost its effect. The puppet soldier gripped his arm firmly, pressing him to the ground. Yu Shuquang said, What else do you have to say? Ma Chaochuan struggled as hard as he could. His face twisted viciously. It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm weaker than you, but that you're despicable and deceitful. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely avenge me and slaughter your proud sword manor. Yu Shuquang suddenly laughed aloud, but it was not the complacent laughter of a victor. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. I really don't understand. You're ugly and you're extreme. Apart from your martial arts being slightly better than mine, which aspect of me is inferior to you? Why does Zia just have to take a fancy to you? Ma Chaochuan said, What did you say? Li Qingshan was confused as well. Why would there be a woman who would poison the person she took a fancy to in the world? That's because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you, but if you win, you'll definitely kill me. That's why she resorted to this. She once personally told me that she would marry a madman like you regardless of the outcome. I've already lost before the battle has even begun. I just refuse to accept this. I want to prove to her that I, Yu Shuquang, am fearless even if I have to die for her. However, she just can't bear to see me die for her. How can she let anyone die for her? When Yu Shuquang reached there, he could not help but burst into tears. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. She had once tried so hard to persuade him not to fight Yu Shuquang, but he became more and more suspicious that she had fallen in love with someone else. He flew into a rage, determined to kill Yu Shuquang. Yu Shuquang continued, "After the match, you left without even leaving behind a single message." She was filled with regret. Although she had no choice but to marry me, she passed away in a few years. Ever since then, he grew his beard and swore never to marry again. He focused on raising Yu Zijian. Neither of the two young and stubborn men took a step back. All the woman could do was do what she could, but it was all for naught in the end. Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. The extremely gentle woman had never betrayed him. He had been blinded by his jealousy and suspicion. At that moment, he suddenly hoped that she had really fallen in love with someone else, obtained everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. Chapter 205. Yu Shuquang gazed at the sobbing Ma Chaochuan and the tearful Yu Shuquang as he thought about the kind-hearted woman who had passed away long ago. The sacred church Yu Zijian seemed to understand the pain the three of them felt. She was distressed, but she had no idea what to say. None of them were bad people, so why did they end up like this? Was the will of the heavens playing tricks on them? Suddenly, she heard Niu Juxia's voice ring out, "It's not a bad thing to be benevolent, but in life, how can you ask for perfection? Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others. You were soft-hearted today, almost causing your father to lose his life and humiliating yourself. If my cultivation was a little weaker, I would have been dragged into this as well. I hope you take this as a warning and don't repeat your mother's mistakes." Yu Zijian looked at the expressions of the people in the surroundings. Clearly, none of them had heard that. She looked at the sky in confusion. "Then what should I do?" "Zijian, oh Zijian. Violet is the color of utmost veneration. The sword is the ruler of all weapons, the wise monarch. Violet Qi comes from the east, sweeping through everything and killing millions. Uniting the world, ushering in eternal peace and achieving great benevolence." Towards the end, Li Qingshan's voice gradually drifted away. Clearly, he had already traveled off into the distance. Yu Shuquang had originally named her Zijian in memory of her mother. The sword obviously represented the proud sword manner. Yu Zijian knew this too, but she never thought her name would have such a meaning. It was like she had been given a new name. She suddenly understood. She subconsciously touched the sword on her waist. For the first time, she felt a vague connection with the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed. She lost some of her gentleness, but she gained a sense of determination. Sometimes, people only needed an opportunity to mature and change. Allowing the seed to sprout, allowing the sword to emerge from its sheath. Right now, Li Qingshan would have never imagined what kind of fate would be buried in the philosophy of life that he had come up with carelessly, leading to a sudden change in the situation. When his words came true, when she swung her sword and killed millions, only seeking great benevolence in her heart, did he ever regret it? He would rather she return to this moment and place, to return to that gentle, naive girl. Or perhaps he would roar with laughter, praising her for killing well. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For the next few days, he took pills and cultivated every day. His days suddenly became dull, but with little and accompanying him, he did not feel bored. It was just that when he drank, he always felt a little lonely without someone to drink with. The next day, Yu Shuquang visited him with Yu Zijian to thank him. He said that Ma Chaochuan had already returned to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he would not be returning. In the end, Li Qingshan didn't open the door for them. He only said from inside, "Go." Acting like a hermit expert, he did a perfect job. because there was nothing much to say when they saw each other. It was impossible for him to say, "Marry your daughter to me." From that day onwards, the banquets delivered every day were even more sumptuous than before. But when Li Qingshan picked up his wine cup, he would put it down again. After the joyous time of drinking together, he suddenly felt that drinking alone was unpalatable. Suddenly, his expression changed. He walked into the cave and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was Milopt. He had a long body and a bald head. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "You've finally come." Milopt saw Li Qingshan and grinned widely, smiling foolishly. Seeing him clearly, Li Qingshan was surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Many parts of Milopt's pink cloak were tattered, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Milopt sat down in front of the round table assembled from jars of alcohol. Afterwards, he fished out a glistening, red fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit was long and round. It seemed extremely plump, and it gave off an exotic fragrance that filled the entire cave. Li Qingshan fished out a messy pile of recovery pills from his 100 treasures pouch in a hurry. Milopt ate it and closed his eyes, collapsing on the ground. His snores rang out loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. During this process, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Even his pink cloak was being repaired bit by bit. This was one of his methods of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled wryly. "Isn't this a sweet potato?" It could also be called a sweet potato, or a sweet potato. To put it more elegantly, it could even be called a sweet potato, but it was still a sweet potato. However, the spiritual qi it contained was 10 times better than the spiritual ginseng Li Qingshan had obtained in the past. It was a rare heavenly resource with a single glance. For a moment, he and Little An looked at each other in dismay. Li Qingshan was filled with questions. Just where did this sweet potato come from? Just who was it that could injure him? However, he could only ask Milopt when he woke up. Fortunately, Milopt had fallen into a deep sleep, so he woke up very quickly. In less than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and looked at his shiny, pink cloak. He smiled at Li Qingshan. "It's nice." Li Qingshan raised the sweet potato in his hand. "What's going on?" "Eat, it's on me," Li Qingshan said. "Tell me what's going on first. It won't be too late for me to eat after that." Milopt gestured as he explained the situation. Although his words were unclear and his words were incoherent, Li Qingshan still roughly understood the whole story. However, Li Qingshan still managed to gain a rough understanding of the entire situation. As it turned out, the sweet potatoes came from underground, within Milopt's territory. They should have been under his control. However, over the years, another demon general had been constantly invading his territory and had finally gotten his hands on this red sweet potato root. As a result, every time the sweet potato ripened, the two demon generals would inevitably fight. Milopt was slightly stronger, but he was alone while the demon general had many subordinates. Every time he was outnumbered, Milopt would lose more often than he won. This time, he finally managed to snatch a sweet potato with great difficulty. Milopt was originally smiling foolishly and happy, but the more he spoke, the more upset he felt. Suddenly, he began to bawl. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that it was not peaceful underground, and demon generals had their own troubles too. He raised his hand and smacked Milopt's bald head. He yelled, "Stop crying, you good for nothing. You hit me too," Milopt said with a sobbing tone. He curled his lips and cried even harder. Li Qingshan shouted, "He has subordinates, but you don't." Milopt shook his head and sniffled. He looked over with teary eyes. Li Qingshan put his arm around Little An's shoulders. "We'll be your subordinates." Although he hated troubling his friends, he would not ignore them. "You guys," Little An pointed at the sweet potato in Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. "This one is more like you." Li Qingshan stood up. "Come, let's go down and take a look." Bringing all the food and wine, the three of them walked into the pitch-black underground. Li Qingshan had finally begun his demon path and entered a world where diamonds ruled. Under Milopt's lead, they advanced through the twisting and turning caverns and went downwards. 30 feet, 300 feet, until he could no longer estimate. Li Qingshan had never gone so deep underground before. However, the scene underground was different from what he had imagined. This place was not barren and barren. Instead, it was full of mysteries and contained treasures that Li Qingshan had never seen before. Chapter 206. Whoosh, whoosh. The three of them crossed an underground river amidst the sound of water. Holy Church Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression. He could feel the faint spiritual qi in the river water. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful. His demon qi had actually grown slightly. There were many unknown plants growing on both sides of the river filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi they contained clearly told Li Qingshan that these were rare spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Milopt hurriedly said, "You can't eat it. It tastes terrible." But it was too late. An extremely bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. His tongue was about to go numb. The spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grass clashed with the demon qi in his body, and most of it was lost. Li Qingshan hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. Milopt looked at Li Qingshan and chuckled. There were still traces of tears on his face, making him look even more foolish. When he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes widened, revealing a look of longing. Li Qingshan passed the jar to Milopt, and he gulped it all down. He let out a drunken burp, as if he had forgotten all about his sorrows. Li Qingshan, however, had other thoughts. Most of the spiritual grass in this world could not be eaten directly, but there was no such thing as a useless spiritual grass. The inconspicuous spiritual grass growing by the river was very likely an ingredient needed to refine a certain type of pill. However, the diamonds lacked the skill to refine medicine, so they treated it as useless. But it was also because of this that these spiritual grass had been preserved and not harvested. As for humans, even powerful qi practitioners, they struggled to venture so deep underground. Although he did not run into a single demon along the way, Li Qingshan sensed 7 or 8 powerful auras at the very least. They sensed Milopt's arrival and avoided him from afar, afraid to approach him. If it had been a human, they would have immediately become prey for these ferocious predators. Moreover, Milopt was an overlord-level demon general, so he probably wouldn't show any mercy to the foreign species that had invaded his territory. Any qi practitioner would be instantly killed if he made a move. Of course, demons could not go above ground, and the underground was also a forbidden zone for humans. As Li Qingshan walked, he felt like he was dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a speck of blue light appeared in his vision. It was like a blue star in the night sky, quietly shining with light and forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but in this absolute darkness, when it suddenly fell into the eyes, it actually gave off a beautiful and dazzling feeling. Only when he got closer did he discover that it was a small azure flower growing quietly in the crevice of a stone. Its butterfly-like petals would curl and unfurl from time to time, as if it was alive. Little and gently touched one of them. The petals immediately shrank and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan had never seen such a wonderful plant before. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in it was much richer than the spiritual herbs he had seen just now. As he moved forward, the pitch-black cave gradually widened. The number of azure flowers also gradually increased. 3 to 5 of them formed a cluster, looking exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual qi in the air was getting denser and denser. It had long surpassed the zombie cave. Milopt said, "We're almost there." There was no need for him to say it. Li Qingshan had already sensed it. A blue light shone from the front, illuminating the path in front of him. It was as if there was a blue moon buried underground, quietly waiting for him to unearth it. He suddenly saw the end of the long tunnel. Li Qingshan walked forward impatiently, and the light became even more dazzling. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. In front of him was an open space the size of a football field. Thousands of flowers grew there, emitting blue light in the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. It was a sea of sparkling flowers, and there were many butterflies of blue light dancing on the surface of the sea. It was like a dream. This was a scene that could only be seen in a deep dream. Xiaowen's sleeve came into contact with an azure flower that had completely bloomed beside her. The blue flower suddenly broke free from its leaves and began to dance about. It turned into a beautiful butterfly of blue light, leaving behind a beautiful trail. These butterflies had been born from the spirit herb. They were the spirit of the spirit herb. Little Anne reached out and grabbed, but the blue butterfly turned into spiritual light and dissipated between her fingers. It reformed not far away and flew away. Little Anne immediately chased after it, wading through the sea of flowers that was about to drown her. Flower petals danced in the air, turning into countless blue butterflies that circled around her. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne." This was Milupt's home. It was his first time visiting, so he had to be polite. These spirit herbs might be extremely important to Milupt. Little Anne suddenly turned around. The blue light illuminated her entire body, making her look like a legendary spirit. Li Qingshan suddenly didn't know what to say next. He looked at Milupt, who was smiling foolishly beside him, and sighed softly. He smiled and said, "You're living in a pretty nice place." It wasn't just beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so thick that he had never seen it before. If he meditated and cultivated here, both his demon chi and true chi would grow rapidly. Milupt said, "What's not bad?" He pointed at the blue butterfly. "This can be eaten, but it's not delicious." Li Qingshan knocked his bald head. "What else is there in your head other than eating? Such a beautiful thing, even if it was delicious, he probably couldn't eat it." Milupt rubbed his head and continued to smile foolishly. He didn't have any of the dignity of a demon general. When Li Qingshan agreed to go underground with him, he stopped smiling foolishly. He completely forgot about being bullied by other demon generals. "Don't smile. Be serious. No wonder you're bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes," Li Qingshan scolded. Since he was determined to help him reclaim his lost territory, they were no longer just drinking buddies. They were comrades who fought side by side. He still had to rely on Milupt's strength from now on. Seeing how foolish he was, he couldn't help but scold him. Milupt immediately pursed his lips and said sternly, "You guys stay. It's fine if you don't eat the sweet potatoes." It was rare that his thoughts were clear and he expressed himself clearly. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. He was very touched. How can my friend not have sweet potatoes to eat? Milupt wasn't smart, but he treated him with absolute sincerity. His cultivation level was high, but he wasn't arrogant. He was many times better than those arrogant, pretentious peddlers at the 6th or 7th level of Qi practitioner. He was the first friend he acknowledged from the bottom of his heart, and he definitely wouldn't disappoint his friend. Friend. Milupt pondered the word. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled. Good friend. Good friend. Milupt also patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. He seemed to understand something and laughed loudly. Friends were even better than sweet potatoes. After walking through the sea of flowers and startling countless butterflies, they arrived at the center of the open ground. There was a huge stone platform without any plants. It was 3 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 7 or 8 feet tall. Milupt lay down on it and stretched his limbs, forming the Chinese character. A relaxed expression appeared on his wooden face as he exhaled comfortably. He glanced at Li Qingshan and Little Anne, then rolled to the side to make space. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You're inviting us to sleep." Then, he heard snoring. This guy had already fallen asleep. Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked at each other. Was this stone bed really that good to sleep on? Li Qingshan carried Little Anne to the stone platform and then tried to lie down on it. However, he sat up as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of shock. In that instant, he didn't feel as if he was lying on a hard rock, but on a turbulent sea of spiritual qi. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform with all his might and examined it closely. He saw a faint, resplendent light under the stone platform, as if the most beautiful gems in the world had been melted together. This wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen such a beautiful color. He took out a spirit stone hesitantly and compared it with the stone platform. Finally, he confirmed it. This is a spirit stone bed. This feeling was similar to how a normal person would feel when they saw a golden bed. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, he immediately understood why Milopt had chosen this place as his cave in the vast underground world. All diamonds' first instinct was no longer to eat and drink, but to search for places with spiritual chi so that they could absorb more of it. However, although the spirit stone bed was large, it couldn't withstand decades or even centuries of absorption by a demon genera. A thought that even he didn't quite believe appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. He walked to the side of the bed and pushed away the dirt. His expression instantly became extremely strange. His guess was correct. This wasn't a spirit stone bed, but a spirit stone mine. This stone platform was just the tip of the iceberg of this mine. If a spirit stone bed could make cultivators' eyes red with envy, then a spirit stone mine could make 2 cultivator sects go to war. That spirit stone mine alone was enough to cause 2 cultivation sects to wage war, causing noble cultivators to die like mortals. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. It was the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stone mines were crystals formed naturally from the spiritual chi of the world. They were usually formed on spirit veins. Most of the spirit stone veins on the surface were controlled by powerful forces and guarded by powerful cultivators. However, spirit stones weren't just equivalent goods. They were also consumables. Over millions of years, many had been excavated by humans. Some had even drained the goose that laid the golden eggs to catch the fish. Even spirit veins had been directly dug out. However, in the depths of the underground world where spirit veins were the most abundant, diamonds didn't have the habit of using spirit stones to trade. They wouldn't use spirit stones on formations, puppets, or artifacts either. These spirit stone mines that weren't excavated could be recycled, constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of the world and nurturing countless diamonds and spirit herbs. Li Qingshan thought, fortune truly favors fools. He'd thought that this fellow was poor, which was why he'd come to freeload off him. He hadn't expected him to sleep on a spirit stone mine every day. How extravagant. Milopt had come to freeload off him. Today, it was his turn to freeload off him. It would be a shameful waste if he didn't make use of such a holy land for cultivation. Chapter 207. Ninth layer perfection. Having been given the cold shoulder, Yu Shuquang did not become angry. Instead, he admired Li Qingshan even more. 100 search rope entered the station quickly bullet wide. He had already learnt from Yu Zijian that the silly bird who had flown in and out was actually a 6th layer chi practitioner. Back then, he had only returned to his senses after being surprised for quite a while. Just what kind of concept was a 6th layer chi practitioner? It had completely exceeded his imagination. He had heard that with just a thought, a flying sword could circle around, and a first-rate master like him would be beheaded. However, someone like that had not even managed to withstand a single strike from Li Qingshan before being tossed out. He did not even dare to look back as he wondered inside. Just how did Li Qingshan train at such a young age? Was he the illegitimate child of some large clan? Or was he a secret disciple of some cultivation sect? His thoughts ran wild, but he was still unable to get to the bottom of it. All he knew was how fortunate he was to be able to establish a relationship with such an important figure. Father, I just find that great hero you rather familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yu Zijian's face heated up slightly as she said that. However, Yu Shuquang was surprised. He smiled dryly. How's that possible? It must be your imagination. Li Qingshan had specially reminded him that he could not let Yu Zijian learn about his true identity. How could he disobey him now? Yu Zijian frowned. Really? Yu Shuquang suddenly said, let's go see your mother. What happened yesterday had stirred up the matters that had lain dormant in his heart for many years. He had thought of this since then. However, he only saw off all the guests late into the night yesterday, brushing off all the curious gazes. Yu Zijian gave a gentle response of agreement. Stepping through the snow, the two of them arrived in the east of the city. At the foot of a beautiful hill was a small grave. It was extremely clean, and fresh offerings were placed on the grave. This was obviously Yu Shuquang's arrangement. But today, a person knelt before the grave with a straight back. His magnificent, silk robes had been reduced to a mess by mud and blood, but he did not seem to sense it at all. Ma Chaochuan. Yu Shuquang frowned. As it turned out, he had not left. How did he find out about this place? Yu Zijian gripped the hilt of her sword and secretly raised her guard. Even she had failed to realize that she was very different from before today. Ma Chaochuan turned around stiffly. His face was pale, and his lips were dark. Only when he saw Yu Zijian did his eyes light up. He murmured, "Zia." Although the golden crescent slash had avoided his vitals, it had still severely injured him. He didn't go to treat his injuries, only wanting to die here. Pop-up gallery full text TT download Yu Zijian said frantically, "I'm not Zia. You better go heal. If this continues, you'll die." Although she was enlightened, no change could be made overnight. The kindness in her heart would not disappear. When Ma Chaochuan saw it clearly, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Years of hatred had vanished in an instant, and he no longer had the strength to continue living. Yu Shuquang said coldly, "If you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't die here." Ma Chaochuan's gaze turned cold as he pressed down on his saber hilt. Yu Zijian said, "Father." Yu Shuquang pushed Yu Zijian away and said furiously, "Why did she have to grow up with a piece of trash like you? You're looking to die." Ma Chaochuan drew his blade with a swish. His face surged with murderousness. Yu Zijian blocked Yu Shuquang's way and said anxiously, "Even now, you still don't understand. My mother doesn't want to see you like this. If you die and she learns about it in the afterlife, wouldn't she be sad all over again?" When Yu Zijian said that, it seemed to possess a wondrous charm. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. Yu Zijian persuaded him gently, "You have to live well. Only then will my mother be at ease." Ma Chaochuan slowly lowered his eyes. Girl, you're right." Suddenly, he stabbed his thigh with a backhand motion before pulling it out casually. His face became even paler. Yu Zijian covered her mouth and cried out. All she heard was Ma Chaochuan say, "I said a lot of crazy things to you yesterday. Just treat this as my apology. He, someone like me deserves to die in the first place for having lustful thoughts towards her, but I can't drag her down with me anymore. I'll just keep living." Yu Zijian knew that his intense personality could not be changed. She sighed gently. "You might be different from others, but the goodness of a person's heart is even more important than their appearance. You'll definitely be able to find a woman who truly loves you." Ma Chaochuan only sneered. Which woman in this world didn't love a handsome man? With his current cultivation, there was no lack of beautiful women by his side. However, those women only liked his money and power. Other than her, no one else treated him with sincerity. Even if you really can't get over it, I've heard that there are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation that can definitely heal your face. Ma Chaochuan's expression gradually underwent a wondrous change. A smear of light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at the gravestone deeply, as if he wanted to engrave every single word into his heart. Afterwards, he limped off into the distance. Yu Zijian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She smiled, knowing that her persuasion was effective. However, she failed to hear Ma Chaochuan murmur to himself, "There are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation. There must be one that can save you." This tiny hope landed in his heart that had dried up from exhaustion and despair, but it was like planting a seed. He was only a member of the bottom rung of the cultivation world. Even if there were wondrous methods that could revive the dead, it was not something a mere second-layer chi practitioner could come into contact with. However, the almost extreme obsession and unbelievable delusions of humans were also the source of their power. Yu Shuquang watched Ma Chaochuan's figure gradually grow further away. He was also desolate. He turned around and said to the tiny gravestone, "Zia, do you see that? He's still alive. Don't be sad anymore." He thought of the woman's words again, "Even if senior brother Ma is wrong about everything, he's always been extremely good to me. I can't let him down." He could not help but sigh gloomily. "If only I hadn't been saved by you and had just died outside Salt Mountain City." Yu Zijian seemed to see through his thoughts. She said loudly, "Mother must have liked you, father. I believe she didn't marry you because she had no other choice." Yu Shuquang smiled and rubbed Yu Zijian's head. Perhaps, but she still can't overcome her own difficulties. Although she was no longer with him, she had left the best gift for him. He made up his mind that he had to ask Li Qingshan for the innate pill no matter what. He was not old yet. He could still take care of her. Thinking up to there, he suddenly said earnestly, "I've never been bold enough to tell you that many of the stories I've told you about my chivalrous deeds are fake." Ah! Yu Zijian was alarmed. She took a step back and stared at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. Yu Shuquang coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. "I just want to tell you that you can't be a good person in this world. You need to learn to be a little smarter and a little more bad." "Chimph, you liar. I'm not a bad person. Just treat it as I'm begging you." "No. Liar," Yu Shuquang said, "even I, your father, would lie to you, so who wouldn't lie to you?" Yu Zijian was taken aback. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously. "Father, I don't blame you anymore." Yu Zijian said seriously, "Although you've lied to me, it's so I can learn the path of chivalry. It's still a great thing." This time, it was Yu Shuquang's turn to be surprised. He knew his daughter the best. Since when could she think like that? Yu Zijian smiled complacently. "I want to be a good person." In the depths of the ground, flowers bloomed and butterflies danced in the sea of flowers. The large, stone platform flickered with a magnificent color. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A cold, heavy spiritual qi directly rushed into the Fengkai acupoint on the back of his head, pouring into his yin-yang heel meridian. His meridians that had originally been rather empty were now filled with pure spiritual qi of the world, such that he felt a slight prickling pain in his meridians. If it were not for the fact that his body was extremely tough as a demon, it was possible for all his meridians to be severed. He practiced the innate method of practicing qi instinctively in an attempt to convert the spiritual qi into true qi, but he failed. The amount of spiritual qi was just too tremendous, such that he was unable to circulate it easily. The prickling pain in his meridians grew more and more intense, but he was unable to sense it at all. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core began to revolve by itself, shining brightly as it absorbed the spiritual qi to its heart's content while suppressing the excess spiritual qi. Only then did the innate method of practicing qi finally begin to operate, refining the spiritual qi strand by strand and converting it into true qi. The Sumeru ring on his finger also constantly came into play, refining and purifying his true qi once more. The pure true qi surged like the tide. With each breath, it would grow at a terrifying rate. This rate completely surpassed the rate at which regular qi practitioners could cultivate by ingesting qi-gathering pills alone. A cultivator who could absorb the spiritual qi of the world as a qi practitioner, an extremely precious spiritual stone mine, and a Sumeru ring that only core formation cultivators had the right to possess. With the three of them combined, it was an extraordinary rate of cultivation. In less than 4 hours, Li Qingshan's body trembled once more. He had reached the 8th layer of the innate method of practicing qi. The flow of his true qi immediately sped up slightly, and the quantity increased by quite a lot too. However, he continued to cultivate. Time passed by bit by bit. After who knew how long in the darkness, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again and looked inside himself. He discovered that he had finally reached the 9th layer of great perfection with the innate method of practicing qi. He had reached the peak of the 3rd layer. This was the first cultivation method he had completed. He felt a faint sense of satisfaction. He wanted to share this good news with others. Looking at Milupt beside him, he was still snoring away. He seemed extremely peaceful, as if he had put aside all his worries in his sleep. However, he never had anything on his mind in the first place. For once, Little Ant had curled up and fallen asleep as well. As it seemed, the spiritual stone mine was extremely beneficial to her. Li Qingshan did not want to alarm them. He raised his right hand and gazed at his huge, pitch-black hand. With every increase in strength, he would become more confident in controlling everything. If he used the cursive sword calligraphy to launch another sneak attack, he might actually be able to heavily injure a 9th layer qi practitioner. He would not have to transform to deal with many problems as a human. Chapter 208. This was extremely important. There were many times and many places in the human world that were unsuitable for him to transform into a demon. The stronger he was as a human, the more opportunities he could obtain justifiably. However, if he wanted to continue his cultivation, he needed to find a new cultivation method. He felt like as long as he had a chi practitioner method, he could immediately break through to the 4th layer and open his yang linking meridian. It was just a pity that he had not obtained any of the 5 great methods of practicing qi. He could only stop here for now and wait for the future. Within the Proud Sword Hall, 2 rows of disciples stood to the left and right. They all stared straight ahead, their eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. The weather was extremely cold, but Yu Shuquang's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He leaned forward and said carefully, "Brother Liu, there really aren't any decent disciples in our Proud Sword Manor that can catch your eye." The person who sat before Yu Shuquang was Liu Fengrui, who had visited a few days ago just now. He waved his hand arrogantly, and Yu Shuquang dismissed everyone. Liu Fengrui smiled. "That's not why I've come this time. Brother Yu, it's time for you to celebrate." "What's there to celebrate in my empty home?" Liu Fengrui said, "I've heard about what happened a few days ago. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain abused their power to bully others, wanting to steal Brother Yu's property. Fortunately, Brother Yu had the assistance of a master, but that's not a long-term plan. As a result, I specially pleaded with my master to allow the Proud Sword Manor to join the Green Vine Mountain's protection. From now on, anyone who provokes the Proud Sword Manor will be provoking the dignity of our Green Vine Mountain." Yu Shuquang was surprised. He had wished for this a long time ago. He wanted to place the Proud Sword Manor under the protection of a certain mountain. Although he would have an additional master above him, it was still better than the days when any chi practitioner could kick his ass. However, now that he had met Li Qingshan, and Yu Zijian was about to have a promising future, he was not particularly happy. However, he reacted quickly. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Liu." Liu Fengrui was very satisfied with Yu Shuquang's behavior. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had actually extended their influence into the territory of the Green Vine Mountain, so the Green Vine Mountain obviously had to respond. He pursed his lips. "That's only one of them. Brother, you will probably be even happier when you hear about the next one. May I ask what it is? I heard your daughter has already reached the innate realm, so Master has specially extended his grace and is willing to accept her into the Green Vine Mountain. I'll be taking her back to the mountain this time." Liu Fengrui was complacent inside. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was the one who came up with this. Not only could he consolidate the Green Vine's influence in the mortal world, but he could also recruit a disciple for the Green Vine Mountain. When Yu Shuquang heard that, he was probably so happy that he wanted to kneel down to him. Yu Shuquang said, My son has already promised a good friend of the Hua family that he'll be attending the 100 schools of thought next year, without waiting for him to finish." Liu Fengrui's face sank. He had never thought that not only would Yu Shuquang thank him, but he would also turn him down. "Oh, are you saying our Green Vine Mountain can't rival the 100 schools of thought? Or do you want to use the Hua family to scare me? How dare you? Then why don't you let your daughter come out to see me?" Yu Shuquang could only order someone to summon Yu Zijian over. Yu Zijian immediately shook her head when she heard that. "No, I've already agreed to Chung Lu." Liu Fengrui saw Yu Zijian. His eyes lit up slightly, but his face remained sunken. "My master never speaks so easily. However, there's no way he can take back what is said. You better consider it properly. I said I'm not willing, so I'm not willing," Yu Zijian said in annoyance. Ever since she saw Liu Fengrui the first time, she had disliked his pretentiousness and his sarcasm. Liu Fengrui's eyes turned cold. A mere first-layer chi practitioner actually dared to defy him in public. He was looking to die. Yu Shuquang smiled apologetically at Liu Fengrui. "Please wait a moment." As he pulled Yu Zijian towards the back, he needed Li Qingshan to make the decision. Liu Fengrui seemed to see through their thoughts. He still felt like his threat was not powerful enough, so he added, "The Pheasant's Grace Mountain has already gathered people to deal with that Nyo Juxia or whatever behind you, but we still stopped them. Just because an independent cultivator who came out of nowhere defeated a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, does he think he can contend with the entire sect? Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He pulled Yu Zijian to the back and immediately ordered people to search for Li Qingshan in the manor. Yu Zijian also looked forward to the tremendous figure descending from above, grabbing the person surnamed Liu outside, and tossing him outside as well. However, the news they received in the end was that Li Qingshan had already vanished. Yu Shuquang immediately sat down in the armed chair and sighed. What am I supposed to do? Yu Zijian experienced the sorrow of powerlessness once again. She gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. Father, I'll agree to him, Yu Shuquang said. How can you do that? At the very least, Yu Zijian would have Hua Chenglu to take care of her in the 100 Schools of Thought. The 100 Schools of Thought was a place of rules. Looking at how Liu Fengrui behaved, there probably was not a lot of love between fellow disciples on the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian instead comforted Yu Shuquang. Don't worry. The Green Vine Mountain is not necessarily worse than the 100 Schools of Thought. Suddenly, she suppressed her voice. This is just a temporary solution. I'll write a letter to Chenglu. Perhaps she can help me. Yu Shuquang could not help but sigh. His daughter had truly grown up. He said helplessly, that's all we can do then. In the hall, Liu Fengrui smiled complacently. As long as what was done could not be undone, it would not be that easy for the Hua family to interfere with the matters of the sect. If the little girl obeyed obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, she would probably suffer a lot. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Li Qingshan's resonant voice echoed through the silent cavern. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Little and sat on Li Qingshan's neck and sang along with him. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Li Qingshan turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Little and also turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. You're wrong, you're wrong. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He shook his head so much that Little and began to move with him. What's wrong? Little and tightened her grip around his neck and grabbed Li Qingshan's ear to maintain her balance. Li Qingshan said, it should be the cave patrol. Little and thought about it. Fair enough. Li Qingshan had already been underground for half a month. He did not recklessly make Milupt fight the demon general. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the situation underground. He discovered that Milupt's territory was not just being invaded by the demon general. It was being invaded by all the nearby demon generals. Everyone else had a bunch of subordinates following their orders, but he was alone. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If he wasn't bullied, it would be unforgivable. Li Qingshan also gained a deeper understanding of the importance of territory. The underground world was basically a great treasure trove. Here, he could find spiritual veins and holy lands that were 10 times better than the zombie daoist's dwelling, spiritual springs that could rapidly recover true qi by drinking them, and various strange spiritual herbs. These lands of treasure were scattered across the crisscrossing caverns. Losing a portion of territory was losing a portion of resources. And the most important resources were all sorts of diamonds. Theoretically, all the diamonds in Milupt's territory had to listen to his commands. In exchange, Milupt would not eat them. However, Milupt lacked the skill and wisdom to lead. Even when he gave orders, the diamonds would only obey him on the surface. They would never show their support. As the saying went, in order to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Right now, Li Qingshan was going to visit these diamonds one by one. Chapter 209. Blackwater Salamander. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map he had stolen from the zombie daoist and unfurled it. This place had completely exceeded the range of the underground mental map. When he channeled his true qi into the mental map, it flashed, but it did not form an image. Instead, it was a blurry speck of light. Something had interfered with it. Little and said softly, it must be because of the underground magnetic field. Li Qingshan said, how did you know? Little and said hesitantly, I think I've read it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Li Qingshan smiled. It must be a memory from the past. Otherwise, how could she forget which book it was with her memory? Little and immediately fell silent. She showed a rare hint of worry. She had no idea whether it was because of Millopt's spiritual stone bed or the fragrance of the blue iris. The memories in the depths of her mind surfaced bit by bit, bringing her illusionary dreams. Li Qingshan fell silent as well. He thought of the same place as her. It was her hometown in the distant south. She did not know where it was exactly. Perhaps it would suddenly jump into her mind at any time and pull her into the distance. He carried her down and cradled her in his arms like a doll. He stroked her smooth hair gently and kissed the red mole on her forehead gently. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered around his lips. It's not a bad thing to be able to recover my memories. Tell me about the underground magnetic field. I've never heard Millopt mention this before. Little Anne nodded obediently and wrapped her arms around his neck. The underground magnetic field will affect the use of techniques and spiritual artifacts. The deeper you go, the greater the effect. Li Qingshan casually cast a simple technique. Sure enough, it was slightly more difficult to cast than it was above ground. This really was the home ground of diamonds. Although diamonds could use techniques like techniques, they basically relied on their powerful demon chi to force their way through. They did not have the delicate process of casting techniques like humans, so the effects were obviously negligible. So smart. Little Anne smiled faintly. There are also astral winds in the sky. The higher you go, the stronger they get. They can scatter the spiritual energy of the true chi and scatter the souls of people. Really? That's amazing. Also, heavenly flame-burning cloud. Li Qingshan listened to her with a smile as he moved forward. It was rare to hear her talk so much. They forgot the hidden troubles and enjoyed the moment together. Then, they looked forward to the fact that there really was a banquet in the world that would never end, and it was prepared for them. Pop-up window full text TT download. In this dark underground, many of the methods of humans were useless. They could only rely on their instinctive sense of smell, hearing, sense of direction, and memory. The underground cavern was thousands of times more complicated than any maze in the world. No one could be sure where the path in front of them led to. When you were focused on going up and wanted to return to the surface, the cavern might suddenly curve downwards, or you might even run into a dead end. All of your plans would be for naught, and you would have to find a new path. Add to that the threat of diamonds hiding in the shadows. It was enough to make 9th and 10th layer chi practitioners tired and anxious, or even lost in the depths of the underground. The dangers here were terrifying, and it was not just about power. However, Li Qingshan was strolling around like it was his own backyard. His sensitive senses allowed him to easily find the path. As long as he released his powerful demon chi, the other diamonds would be able to restrain themselves and not attack randomly. The most terrifying demon here, King Millopt, was his strong shield. However, he did not bring Millopt with him this time to suppress the other powerful diamonds. On the path of diamonds, the strong were revered. It was not as strict and orderly as the humans. The rule of a fox borrowing the tiger's might was not as effective in the world of diamonds as it was in the human world. If he could not display enough power, how could he make those arrogant diamonds submit to him, the commander of the diamonds? Apart from that, he had a deeper purpose. Li Qingshan advanced along the underground river with faint spiritual chi. The water gradually sank deeper into the ground. He dove into the water and swam forward with the current. An hour later, his field of vision suddenly widened. He saw an extremely wide body of water. He could not see the end of it, nor did he see the surface of the water. There was only the quiet ripples of the black water, as if there were black jade buried underground. When it came to the underground, normal people would naturally think of the boundless earth. Who would have thought that there would be such a rich water source underground? Li Qingshan thought, the person Millopt mentioned should be here. The spiritual chi in the black water was very dense. Although it was not as dense as Millopt's residence, it was still a rare holy land for cultivation. According to Li Qingshan's observations over the past few days, there was a spiritual vein underground. It was in this direction, so it was very likely that there were crystallized spiritual stones in the depths of the black water. He wanted to find the hidden diamonds. Of course, he was not going to look around randomly. Instead, he followed Milupt's description and the direction the spiritual vein took. All powerful diamonds occupied places with dense spiritual qi. Li Qingshan got little and to wait on one side before letting out a deep roar. He completely transformed into his demon form. He had tiger claws, a tiger tail, ox hooves, and ox horns. His head of scarlet hair floated upwards like a ball of blazing fire. His figure had already reached a height of 9 meters. During this period of time, he had stopped practicing qi and focused on practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. He continued to eat the various pills and borrowed Milupt's bed to sleep a few times. His demon qi grew extremely rapidly, gradually suppressing the ox demon completely. Recovering his original appearance was no longer an issue. Afterwards, he immediately began practicing the second layer of the tiger demon. Practicing the tiger demon was not just about eating pills and cultivating silently. It required intense battles to unleash its potential and break through bottlenecks. As a result, he released his demon qi fearlessly and let out a provocative roar. At the bottom of the water, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly lit up in the depths of the mud. They shone with a vicious light. With a swing of its huge tail, it pushed away the black mud. Its colossal body shot over 30 meters away nimbly, swimming straight towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sensed a demon qi even more powerful than his own in the distance. Just like Milupt had said, this guy was very powerful. It was so powerful that even Milupt was unwilling to make trouble for it in the water. However, Milupt was of the fire element, while Li Qingshan was of the water element. The deep waters were also his home ground. With the spirit turtle's demon core, he moved no slower than he would on land. He sank to the bottom of the water, his hooves digging into the mud and stepping on the rocks. He stared ahead calmly. The demon qi grew closer and closer. He also vaguely made out a huge, vicious figure, as well as a pair of eye-catching demon eyes. The demon must have seen the same thing. Before the demon had even approached him, the water surged over like a tsunami. Of course, this was not just a splash from its body. Instead, it was controlled by demon qi. Li Qingshan's expression remained the same. He did not even use the spirit turtle's profound shell to protect himself. The water surged and rumbled like an army charging towards the enemy, slamming into Li Qingshan viciously and producing a thunderous rumble at the bottom of the water. His fiery, scarlet hair suddenly swept backwards, but Li Qingshan's figure was like a pillar of support, unmoving. Even with the tremendous pressure on him, he did not even frown. The surging water produced countless tiny, white streams of turbulence across his body. A small, colorful fish was lifted up by the water against its will, slipping through one of the streams. Its body was immediately sliced cleanly apart. Even if it was as gentle as water, it could become a terrifying weapon as long as it was strengthened with sufficient speed and power. However, this was only a test and a demonstration. Seeing how its first test had failed, the black water demon did not rush over in a hurry. It watched on from afar. "It's my turn." Scarlet light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He spread his arms and reached into the water like he was grabbing something extremely heavy. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved as its demon qi expanded to the limit. Suddenly, it pushed forward forcefully, and the water several meters around Li Qingshan suddenly emptied. Li Qingshan seemed to have lifted up a huge ball of water and smashed it towards the demon. The demon swung its tail and shattered the ball of water. It was like hundreds of tons had exploded at the bottom of the water, stirring up the entire lake. However, using water to deal with a demon of the same element obviously would not achieve anything. This was like how ferocious beasts would always roar at each other when they met in the wilderness to demonstrate their might. As if it had confirmed that Li Qingshan was an opponent on par with it, the black water demon swam over. This time, it did not cause any ripples. Wherever it swam, the black water would automatically part for it. It was so quiet that it seemed like it was sliding through space. Li Qingshan finally saw the demon's appearance. It was a salamander, but it had reached a terrifying length of 50 or 60 meters. Its smooth, sticky skin was pitch black like ink. As it swam through the water silently, it was like a ghost in the darkness. It actually possessed an indescribable sense of elegance. It was the ruler of this lake. The first subordinate that Li Qingshan wanted to recruit, the Blackwater Salamander. Two tremendous demon chi constantly clashed in the water. The Blackwater Salamander used the changes in the demon chi to communicate its intentions clearly. Who are you? Why have you invaded my territory? Of course, not all diamonds could speak the human language. However, every single demon had grasped a method of communication after constantly communicating with the spiritual chi of the world over the years. They used the pulses of demon chi to replace their roars. Although it was not as intricate as the human language, it was much simpler and clearer. Li Qingshan was a demon in the first place. After learning a little from Milupt, he comprehended this special method of communication for diamonds, so he obviously understood what the Blackwater Salamander was trying to say. Li Qingshan eased up slightly inside. Sure enough, powerful diamonds all possessed a certain level of intelligence. This Blackwater Salamander seemed to be even smarter than Milupt. Chapter 210. The Blackwater Salamander swam nimbly in the water and let out a mocking laugh. Milupt. You're talking about that idiot. Only an idiot would follow his orders. You're an idiot, but I'm not. Sanctuary. Li Qingshan raised his tiger claws. What if I say that you must obey me? If you catch me, I'll listen to you. All right. This time, Li Qingshan actually roared. The tiger demon's killing roar followed, tearing a hole in the black water as it charged towards the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander actually didn't dodge. It allowed the tiger demon's killing roar to land on its body. The Blackwater Salamander slid away and turned to the bottom of the water, creating a huge hole. However, it didn't cause any damage to the salamander at all. The demonic aura once again let out a mocking laugh. It doesn't hurt or tickle. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He could clearly see that just now, there was a layer of brilliance flowing around its body. This guy's innate divine ability seemed to be able to dodge spells. No wonder it dared to let Li Qingshan catch it. The Blackwater Salamander twisted its body and spat out a water arrow, creating a sharp and strange whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Qingshan. Although it wasn't as powerful as it was just now, it was a true killing move. It could easily pierce through metal and stone. Li Qingshan also dodged. The water arrow arrived before him, but it was blocked by a blue barrier of light. It was the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's neither painful nor itchy. He eased up slightly. The Blackwater Salamander's cultivation was not low, but its attacks were mainly water-type techniques. It would struggle to get through his spirit turtle's profound shell that was also of the water element. However, even if there were 4 or 5 9th-level Chi warriors like Grandma Shimon, fighting the Blackwater Salamanders in the deep water would only result in death. Although this guy wasn't a demon general, once he had the terrain advantage, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing that its attack didn't work, the Blackwater Salamander was shocked. It took another deep breath of water and spat out thousands of water arrows. The arrows pierced through the black water, leaving a straight white trail. Like torrential rain striking glass, the spirit turtle's profound framework trembled gently as if it could shatter at any time. However, despite the rain of water arrows, it remained there firmly, without leaving behind a single mark. Holy Church Li Qingshan felt his demon chi rapidly deplete. He knew that the spirit turtle's profound theory could not be directly destroyed, but it still required demon chi. There was no benefit in dragging it out any longer. Stepping off the bottom of the lake, he shot off into the air like a rocket. When the Blackwater Salamander saw Li Qingshan pouncing towards it, it opened its huge mouth, revealing its eerie white teeth, and bit towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thrust his head forward, as if he wanted to let go of his head in the salamander's mouth. However, the two extremely sharp horns stopped the salamander from biting down on Li Qingshan's shoulder. The two behemoths tangled with each other. The black water surged and demon chi filled the air. Li Qingshan felt pain in his shoulder. The sharp teeth of the Blackwater Salamander had already pierced into his skin, but he did not care at all. He wrapped his arms around the Blackwater Salamander and dragged it towards the bottom of the lake. Although he was a water-type demon, he was used to living on land after all. He was not as agile as the blackwater salamander in the water. However, as long as his feet touched the ground, he would be able to use his strength to suppress the blackwater salamander. Originally, the blackwater salamander wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Li Qingshan's shoulder, but it seemed to have bitten into extremely tough leather. It wanted to move its neck, but it was hugged tightly, unable to break free. It became even more shocked. His demon chi was not as great as his, but why was his strength greater than his? Although the black water was deep, it was still not the ocean. Li Qingshan's 3-jong-tall figure was enough to traverse most of the water. In an instant, his iron hooves once again reached the bottom of the lake. With a wild roar, he threw the blackwater salamander to the ground. He had succeeded in his plan. I won. An oily light flashed across the blackwater salamander's pitch-black skin. Li Qingshan felt something slip from his arms. The blackwater salamander slid out like a ghost. Even his barbed tiger claws could not catch it. "You can't catch me," the blackwater salamander mocked as it disappeared in front of Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan thought, this fellow's innate ability is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder it did not take Demon General Millupt seriously. Although its attack power is not strong, it is still extremely difficult for others to deal with it in the water. But this was his first battle. How could he give up? He also shot out and chased after the demonic aura. The demonic aura suddenly disappeared. The ripples in the surrounding water grew more and more intense. White waves rolled in the black water, turning the depths of the ground into a world of black and white. Without any warning, and without feeling the ripples in the water, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan and slammed into his waist. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his waist and lost his balance. From the corner of his eye, he saw the blackwater salamander disappear into the water again. Before he could stabilize himself, the blackwater salamander changed direction and slammed into him again. The blackwater salamander drew out countless pitch-black trails, intersecting with Li Qingshan's body. In an instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he had been slammed into. He spun around in the water, feeling dizzy. It was as if he had become the blackwater salamander's toy. His entire body was in pain. It was only thanks to his strong body that he had not been slammed to death. A top-level demon was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he did not become dejected at all. Instead, his battle intent burned brighter and brighter. He did not use the spirit turtle's profound shell, as his demon chi was nowhere close to the blackwater salamanders in the first place. If he used the spirit turtle's profound shell, his demon chi would probably run out very quickly. He could only retreat temporarily. However, why would he retreat? He did not get Little Ant to help him, not because he wanted Little Ant to hide to one side and launch a sneak attack. Instead, he treated this as a test for himself. This was not a battle to the death where he would resort to every conceivable means. Instead, he was trying to subdue a demon weapon. As a result, not only did he have to win this battle, but he had to win it fair and square. The difference in strength between them was not particularly great. Apart from the slightly weaker demon chi, his strength and abilities even surpassed it. The reason why he could not gain the upper hand was definitely because he had not done enough. Li Qingshan just closed his eyes and was slammed into a few more times by the blackwater salamander viciously. Amidst the great waves, the depths of his heart calmed down instead. It was like a droplet of water had fallen into his heart. Li Qingshan's heart suddenly lit up. It was water. Although he was a water-type demon, he was not good at fighting in water. His method of controlling the water was extremely clumsy as well. He did not make good use of the environment at all, giving the blackwater salamander a geographical advantage for nothing. He floated and sank in the water, no longer trying to control his body. He no longer tried to land on the ground. He was like a creature born in the water, treating the water as his home. His demon chi scattered in the surroundings, forming a connection with the surrounding water. He was no longer as clumsy as when he picked up a huge water ball and smashed it at people. Instead, he monitored the surrounding waters with the sensitivity of a radar. The blackwater salamander broke through the water once again, like a black, ghostly bolt of lightning. Although it did not cause any ripples, it did touch the water under Li Qingshan's control. "It's behind me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head, but his movements were not as agile as the blackwater salamander. At such a close distance, even if he discovered it, it would be hard for him to dodge. The blackwater salamander was proud of itself. Just as it was about to slam Li Qingshan around again, Li Qingshan's huge body suddenly moved to the left without any warning. Li Qingshan controlled the water and pushed it away, avoiding the blackwater salamander's attack for the first time. At this moment, he finally felt like he was a little like a demon in the water. When he sensed the blackwater salamander's movement, he clenched his fist, and the moment the blackwater salamander brushed past him, he ruthlessly smashed the blackwater salamander's head. With a loud bang, the water turned into waves and spread across the entire body of water. The furious attack that Li Qingshan had prepared for a long time was not a joke. Even if it was a tough rock or iron, it would still be smashed flat. Just when he was considering if he had used too much force. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The blackwater salamander hugged its head with its two forelimbs and swam far away while swinging its long tail. In that instant, it also used the ability to slide away from the attack, dissipating most of the force. Only then did it not get knocked unconscious by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan floated in the water with his head and feet above his head. Looking at the blackwater salamander, his demon chi fluctuated. "You still don't want to admit defeat. Did you catch me?" The blackwater salamander was furious and actually swam far away. "Even if I can't beat you, don't even think of catching me and making me listen to your command." Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows and adjusted his body. He leaned his body forward and struck a freestyle swimming pose. His four limbs suddenly pushed back, and then he controlled the water waves to push himself forward, rushing towards the blackwater salamander. In terms of swimming, how could the blackwater salamander lose to Li Qingshan? With a wave of its tail, it swam 3 to 4 meters to the side. No matter how it swam, it couldn't compare to its natural agility. Just as it was about to mock Li Qingshan a few more times, it suddenly felt its tail tighten. Li Qingshan had grabbed onto its tail, but its tail was the most slippery to begin with. With a flash of light, it instantly escaped far away, not daring to stay any longer. In the extremely vast underground lake, two enormous creatures, one fiercely chasing and the other frantically escaping. Even though the blackwater salamander had nowhere to hide, Li Qingshan was still not fast enough. He couldn't even touch its tail. After 3 days and 3 nights, their speed was as slow as an ordinary fish. They were both exhausted, but they still refused to listen to the drama. Li Qingshan felt as if he had really become a fish. He had a new understanding of how to use his body to paddle water and how to control the flow of water. To him, water battles were no longer a weakness. Even though he was exhausted, he relied on his ox-like endurance to forcefully hang on to the blackwater salamander, not giving it any time to rest. The blackwater salamander gritted its teeth in hatred and scolded Li Qingshan. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. A ball of fluctuating flowing fire was quietly burning in the water. Within the flowing fire sat a small skeleton. She also imitated the monsters and used her breath to convey her meaning clearly. "Why don't we just kill it and take out its demon core to eat?" Beside her, 2 huge skulls opened and closed their mouths, as if they were waiting for a meal to be served. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Don't eat me, I will explode my yarrow core." The blackwater salamander instinctively felt a dangerous aura. It knew that it couldn't pass this hurdle. It was dispirited, but it also admired Li Qingshan's perseverance. Chapter 211. The blackwater salamander had been wondering what kind of monster Li Qingshan was. "Holy Church," Li Qingshan said, "you're the thing." He swung his fist down. Even though the blackwater salamander was exhausted, it was still agile and dodged. Li Qingshan glared at it. "You dare to dodge when the leader hits you? Do you want to live or not?" Little Anne's 2 skulls threatened it. The blackwater salamander had no choice but to go forward and hit Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He looked at his number 1 soldier in satisfaction. He didn't expect that he would become a leader in the demon Tao before he even became a Black Wolf commander. Moreover, the people he led were all top-notch powerful monsters. The Blackwater Salamander's strength, according to human chi refinement standards, was around the 9th or 10th layer. It wasn't far from becoming a demon general. If Li Qingshan's strength was calculated according to chi refinement standards, it would already be amazing if he could reach the 7th or 8th layer. He was still very far away from becoming a demon general. It couldn't be helped. Demon cultivation was extremely time-consuming. Being able to reach this level was already a great help from those pills. This victory was completely due to the 3 powerful divine abilities. Seeing that there was no danger, the Blackwater Salamander stopped to rest. It carefully looked at Little An and said, "Leader, that Milopt." Li Qingshan said, "Call him king." The Blackwater Salamander said, "Why did King Milopt want you to beat me up?" Li Qingshan said, "Not just you. I want to beat up all the monsters on the ground. If they listen to my orders, then I'll let them go. If they don't, then I'll kill them all." Although the Blackwater Salamander wasn't the strongest monster on the ground, it was the most difficult to deal with. Milopt didn't want to go deep into the water. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy to subdue him. That was why Li Qingshan made it his first target. The Blackwater Salamander glanced at Little An. "Leader, this is?" Li Qingshan said, "This is the deputy leader." The flames in Little An's eye sockets flickered. He had actually become the deputy leader. "Holy Church," Li Qingshan said, "do you know where King Milopt's cave is?" I know. On this piece of land, as long as it was a demon with a bit of intelligence, it would probably know." Li Qingshan said, "All right, I will be holding a meeting there in 3 months. At that time, if you dare to not show up, you can forget about staying in this Blackwater lake." He didn't just want to defeat all these diamonds and subdue them one by one. His most fundamental goal was to turn them into a fighting force that he could deploy. That was why he and Milopt had come up with this demon gathering all the diamonds who had condensed Yarrow cores. The Blackwater Salamander had no choice but to agree. With a thought, Li Qingshan took out an uneaten roasted chicken from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander swallowed it in one gulp. The taste of the various seasonings, especially the salt, melted in its mouth. It excitedly swam around Li Qingshan and stared at Li Qingshan. "Leader, do you have any more?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, "Just as I expected." Although this underground place was a huge treasure trove with all sorts of spirit veins and spirit herbs, the food resources here were far less abundant than those on the surface. However, the food resources here were far less abundant than on the surface. Even a demon general like Milopt could not eat whatever he wanted, much less these ordinary demons. Although they wouldn't die even if they didn't eat for 10 years as long as they breathed in the spiritual energy of the world in this black water, their instincts wouldn't disappear. The carrot and the stick had always been the only way to keep his subordinates in check. Li Qingshan used it appropriately, and it had a miraculous effect. "H, when you go, you can eat as much of this as you want." "I will definitely go. I will definitely go." The Blackwater Salamander instantly looked forward to it. If it could eat this every day, it wouldn't mind becoming a demon soldier. Li Qingshan and Little An left the Blackwater and ate 100 herb pill to recover most of their demon chi. Only then did he ask Little An curiously, "How did you become like this again?" Little An explained. So it was to hide her identity. The Holy Church and the others would eventually return to the surface. If she remained like this, too many pairs of eyes would remember her underground. Who knew when Li Qingshan's identity would be exposed? Furthermore, in this underground world, a non-human appearance was actually more convenient than a human appearance. Li Qingshan was quite impressed with Little An's caution. The human world and the demon world might not always overlap. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. They could communicate through aura anyway. Little An's aura was the rising flames in her body. Let's go to the next place. Outside Salt Mountain City, in the garden behind the Silent Manor. Li Qingshan looked at the light above his head and felt dizzy. He turned to Milopt and said, "I'll go prepare some food and wine for the guests. You can go back first." Milopt left reluctantly. Li Qingshan brought little An to the surface and saw that it was a vast expanse of snow. Snow covered the ground and the distant mountains. Clearly, it had snowed a few more times while he was away. Li Qingshan felt at ease. He exchanged a smile with little An beside him. This expedition against the diamonds was much smoother than Li Qingshan had imagined. Apart from the tough Blackwater salamander, there were also a few powerful diamonds. One of them was a 30-meter-long boulder viper. It was even more powerful than the Blackwater salamander. It had almost completely replaced its body with stone, making it invulnerable. Furthermore, it had melded into the ground and concealed its aura. Its sudden ambush had almost injured Li Qingshan. However, when Li Qingshan stated his intentions, the boulder viper immediately expressed its willingness to obey Milopt's orders and participate in the demon gathering. The Blackwater salamander only dared to look down on Milopt because of its geographical advantage. However, even the boulder viper did not dare to face a demon general head-on. Thus, Li Qingshan did not even bring out the carrot or the stick to recruit a second powerful demon soldier. As long as the king had absolute strength, it was easy for the generals who went out to battle. Although there were a few battles, they were mostly close calls. Of course, this was also because Li Qingshan was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Although the strongest diamonds were afraid of Milopt's strength, they still had to test the waters against Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers. The boulder viper had submitted so quickly because its ambush on Li Qingshan had failed. Instead, Li Qingshan had cracked the stone on its body with a punch. Although Li Qingshan did not dare to say that he had more than a 50% chance of winning in a fight to the death, no demon would fight a demon of the same level for no reason. Everyone thought that humans were intelligent and rational, while diamonds were bloodthirsty and crazy. However, this was not the case. Wild beasts in the wilderness would not fight to the death with their opponents even if they were fighting for a mate or territory. The loser would not even suffer too much damage. Often, they would use their roars to intimidate their opponents and determine the victor. However, humans would often gamble their lives for women and power. Even if they knew that they were no match for the demon, they would still fight. In the end, they would die without repentance. Sometimes, a small conflict would escalate from insults to fights, and then to fights to the death. It was all for the sake of an illusory dignity. Wild beasts only had survival instincts. They did not have complex emotions like humans. This did not change after they became diamonds. As a result, Li Qingshan faced a group of extraordinarily rational opponents. Even the powerful diamonds obeyed him, much less the weaker ones. Almost as soon as Li Qingshan released his demon aura, the lesser diamonds bowed their heads. It was so simple that even Li Qingshan did not expect it to be so simple. It had only taken him a month, which was far less than he had expected. Milopt was too stupid and easily tricked. He also did not have the awareness to gather his subordinates, which was why he was where he was today. When Li Qingshan made up for Milopt's lack of intelligence, he immediately gained control over the territory. With that, Li Qingshan basically gained several dozen demon soldiers under his command. Only then did his identity as the leader of the demon soldiers become real. Once the demon gathering was over and he established his rule, he could mobilize these demon soldiers. He also had a demon general like Milopt as a friend. If the sect still wanted to deal with him, they would just be digging their own graves. As long as they had not undergone the heavenly tribulation, he could deal with them no matter how many came. Even if the sect master ventured underground, he would have to taste the power of a carapaced demon general. With a beautiful vision for the future, Li Qingshan put on his large, conical hat again and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He let little and in. Although he could return to his normal state, he purposefully maintained his huge figure so that it would be easier for him to move about in the human world. In order to successfully hold the demon gathering this time, a grand banquet was necessary. This matter also fell on Yu Shuquang. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang grabbed Li Qingshan's hand excitedly. "You've finally returned." Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yu Shuquang was, so he asked in a hurry, "What happened?" Yu Shuquang told him the whole story, and Li Qingshan said furiously, "You've gone too far. Have you contacted Hua Chenglu? Yu Shuquang said bitterly. I've already sent the letter, but I haven't received a reply. Li Qingshan knew that even if Hua Chenglu had done something, it was impossible for her to specially reply and explain to Yu Shuquang. However, this probably would not be so simple. Even if Hua Chenglu wanted to, the Hua family might not necessarily fall out with the Green Vine Mountain over a friendship between children. He had already witnessed the arrogance and brutality of cultivation sects with his sect. They were even bold enough to kill Hawkwolf guards, let alone forcefully recruit a disciple. Yu Shuquang said, "What do we do now?" "Sigh, it's all because I'm useless as a father." Li Qingshan tried to persuade him, "You don't have to worry too much. She's going to become someone's disciple. At most, she'll suffer a little. She won't be in any danger. It's not a bad thing for her to experience the dangers of the world." The Green Vine Mountain was a proper sect after all, not a den of bandits. Yu Shuquang sighed heavily. That was what he said, but how could he stop worrying? Li Qingshan was rather worried as well. He liked Yu Zijian's straightforwardness and kindness very much. He did not want her to be bullied. Chapter 212. A bustling city deep in the mountains. Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply. "I'll do anything you ask of me." As long as Yu Zijian was safe, he was willing to do anything. Li Qingshan said, "Extend your hand." Yu Shuquang extended his hand in doubt. A pill that glistened like jade landed in his hand. Was it not the innate pill that he had been dreaming about? He was both surprised and overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply again. "Thank you for your generous gift, Niu Juxia. May I ask what you want me to prepare?" Li Qingshan said, "Ingest the innate pill first and see if you can reach the innate realm and produce a sliver of true qi. We'll talk about anything else after that." Yu Shuquang immediately ingested the innate pill and sat down to meditate, refining the innate pill. If ordinary people ingested the innate pill, they might not even be able to practice qi. However, it was almost guaranteed for a first-rate master like him. The effects of the pill penetrated every inch of his body, fusing with his profound inner force. Gradually, a wondrous change occurred. The clumsy and heavy inner force gradually became nimble, as if it had broken free from the restraints of his body, extending outwards endlessly. A great sense of joy welled up in his heart. However, Yu Shuquang knew that this was the most important moment. He guarded his mind tightly to prevent himself from suffering from qi deviation. Li Qingshan sat to one side and took out the Buddhist scriptures that little and usually read from his 100 treasures pouch. A while later, he felt his head spin. What emptiness! Namo! Namo! He had no idea at all. He had no idea just how her little head had grown to be so engrossed in something so boring. A while later, Yu Shuquang shuddered. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. "How's it?" Yu Shuquang's body relaxed. He was exhausted, but he was unable to hide the joy on his face. "This is equivalent to giving you a new life," Li Qingshan interrupted him. "Let's skip the pleasantries. I've already said that if you work for me, I won't mistreat you. I have the innate method of practicing qi here. I can pass it on to you as well. With your profound inner force, reaching the second layer shouldn't be a problem." Yu Shuquang's mind was basically overwhelmed by the joy, but he was still experienced after all. He composed himself very soon and erased his joy. He knew that this great kindness could no longer be repaid with just a few words of thanks. He only waited quietly for Li Qingshan's orders. Li Qingshan passed on the innate method of practicing qi to him before tossing an empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. What I want you to do is fill this 100 treasures pouch with various types of alcohol, meat, and food before handing it to me. You have less than 2 months to do this, and I want you to keep a low profile." Yu Shuquang was mildly surprised. The mission that Li Qingshan had given him was just too simple. However, when he followed Li Qingshan's instructions and channeled his true qi into the 100 treasures pouch, he finally became stern. The 100 treasures pouch that Li Qingshan had given him originally belonged to Grandma Dongmen. The space inside was extremely vast, enough to rival several large warehouses. Filling it up would not be too easy, and he had to do it within 2 months. Just slaughtering livestock near Salt Mountain City would not be enough. If he brought it over from other places, he probably would not be able to make it in time, and it would create too great of a disturbance. However, Li Qingshan did not want to attract too much attention, which was why he helped Yu Shuquang become a qi practitioner. Then, he would use his extremely vast reputation to complete this task, which would save Li Qingshan a lot of trouble. Yu Shuquang nodded. I definitely won't let you down. Although this mission was rather troublesome, it was not exactly dangerous. Collecting alcohol and meat would be 100 times easier than finding innate pills. Li Qingshan explained a few more details. After all, the tastes of diamonds were not completely the same as humans. As a matter of fact, many of them did not like cooked food. They preferred fresh, bloody food. Yu Shuquang committed everything to memory. Li Qingshan thought about how he had nothing else to tell him, so he picked up the bamboo basket, put on his bamboo hat, and made his way out. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "The path of cultivation is boundless. I wonder how much of the swordsman of the past still remains." With that, he strode away, leaving Yu Shuquang standing where he was in a daze. He subconsciously touched the beard on his face. He had grown it when he swore he would never take a wife again. His gaze gradually became determined. Suddenly, he drew his sword, and it flashed past his face. At this moment, the gentle young man who often delivered food to Li Qingshan came in to greet him. "Master, Niu Juxia." However, he was stunned by Yu Shuquang's appearance. It was a handsome face. Although it had been sharpened by the passage of time, leaving behind many fine wrinkles, it added a sense of vicissitudes of charm. Seeing his disciple's shocked expression, he laughed a few times. "Go get some wine for my farewell." His mood had never been so clear before, as if he had returned to his youth when he was a wandering swordsman who could ignore life and death. However, he was no longer young. He was no longer carefree and unrestrained. There was something called responsibility on him now. As a father, if he could not even protect his daughter, what was the point of living? Li Qingshan had already arrived outside the manor. He glanced back and smiled. Those who could become first-rate masters, regardless of whether they were good or bad, all they had was willpower. Yu Shuquang was one of the best among them, which was why he could establish the Proud Sword Manor. He needed a few people he could use to help him deal with some matters in the human world. People like that did not need to be too powerful, but they could not be too weak either. Perhaps they could only help him gather some food right now, but they would definitely benefit him even more in the future. He unfurled the mental map of the Green Province and slid the tip of his finger across it. With a thought, the image flickered. In the end, his finger stopped on a small, twisted mountain. The words Green Vine Mountain were written on the side. The twisting strokes turned into mountains that rose and fell, towering and precipitous. Snow-white clouds and mist floated between the mountains, giving it a sense of otherworldliness out of nowhere. What was even more wondrous was that within the encirclement of ice and snow-capped mountains, only this mountain remained lush with vegetation. It was verdant, like a verdant pearl on the white snow. Li Qingshan stood on the snow-capped mountain in the distance and gazed at this. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of the world. Although the formations of the Green Vine Mountain played some role, what truly made the mountain evergreen was the spiritual vein underground. Not only was this place close to Jiaping City, but it was even close to his hometown, Qingyang City. It sat on one of the branches of the boundless mountains. Of course, close was only in terms of Li Qingshan's current strength. Just the treacherous mountain path alone was enough to cut off the possibility of mortals reaching this place. Even if they managed to reach this place out of luck, there were many mysteries hidden within the mist. Not only would ordinary people not be able to climb up the mountain, but they probably would not even be able to see the mountain. Li Qingshan could see it, but he hesitated over how he should enter it. Was Yu Zijian somewhere on the mountain, currently suffering? Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pondered with a frown. With a stomp, true qi erupted from the bottom of his foot, kicking up a layer of snow. He had already leapt off the cliff. He had already locked onto a lone pine tree that grew horizontally. Using it as a foothold, He had already arrived on the mountain to the side. He wanted to circle around the back of the Green Vine Mountain and see if there was a gap in the mountain that allowed him to enter. By now, the sky had already darkened. Winter nights had always been extremely long, so the darkness was beneficial to Li Qingshan's movements. It would be even better if there was some wind and snow. Perhaps the heavens really were doing what he wanted. Before long, snow began to fall. Li Qingshan concealed his aura, but when he arrived behind the mountain, he was slightly taken aback. A tiny village sat in the valley, glowing with warm, flickering light. Was there actually a village built beside a place where cultivators cultivated? However, Li Qingshan came from a village. Regular villages, or even small cities, should have been shrouded in darkness at this time, just to save some oil and candles. The town was packed with people. People flowed to and fro. It was extremely lively. It was extremely unusual for there to be such a peaceful place in the midst of the cold mountains. When Li Qingshan approached a little closer, he became even more surprised, as there was not a single ordinary person walking about in the town. They were all cultivators. Li Qingshan had never seen so many cultivators gathered together in his life. Although most of them were at the second, third, and fourth layer, they were still cultivators after all. Were they all qi practitioners from the Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan immediately shook his head. There were probably several hundred qi practitioners here. The Green Vine Mountain definitely did not have that many qi practitioners, and the people on the streets all wore different attires. Their clothes all carried different emblems. They did not come from the same sect. And, at a closer glance, many qi practitioners were like peddlers, setting up carpets on the side of the street and calling for customers loudly. They did not possess the dignity of qi practitioners at all. Li Qingshan's curiosity immediately rose to an uncontrollable level. He knocked the bamboo basket on his back. What do you think? Do you want to take a look? The bamboo basket seemed simple, but there was a thick blanket inside. Little Anne sat in there leisurely, leaning against a silk pillow as she read a Buddhist scripture that Li Qingshan found boring with great interest. Let's go take a look. Her reply was very concise. How could she not understand what Li Qingshan was feeling right now? Li Qingshan emerged from the dark corner and made his way towards the village. However, he remained vigilant at all times. He had been scammed by far too many qi practitioners in the past. He had claimed the lives of many qi practitioners as well, so he was even more vigilant towards his own kind than towards the underground diamonds. When he set foot in the village, everything was just as peaceful as before. Everyone was doing what they were doing. There were far fewer people who paid attention to his unusually large stature than in the regular streets. Li Qingshan's huge stature still attracted a lot of attention. Sir, do you want to take a look at the fine golden silk used to sew robes? It's only 3 spiritual stones for a tael. Li Qingshan declined with a smile. He turned around and saw a young second-layer qi practitioner calling out loudly from outside a house. A 5th-layer qi practitioner will be explaining the essence of the innate method of practicing qi. It'll only cost a spiritual stone. A spiritual stone will save you 3 years. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't wait for more. Li Qingshan instinctively pricked up his ears. The small house was surrounded by formations. No matter how good his hearing was, he would definitely not be able to hear what the people inside were saying. 2 first-layer qi practitioners were discussing at the door whether they should go in or not. Chapter 213. Li Qingshan basically struggled to believe his eyes. He had already considered many possible situations that Yu Zijian could face, such as carrying several hundred kilograms of firewood as she trudged along a snow-covered mountain path, or gazing in the direction of her home in worry. As for her father, Yu Shuquang, he had probably imagined it to be 10 times more severe than Li Qingshan. The sacred church, however, in reality, not only did Yu Zijian not suffer at all, but she even smiled happily instead. She strolled through the streets happily with a few qi practitioners. There were both men and women, some strong and some weak, but they all wore green robes with green vines embroidered on their collars and sleeves. Li Qingshan had seen caretaker Liu before, so he knew this was the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian stood among them. Although she was not exactly the moon that everyone revolved around, he could tell that everyone liked her very much. They introduced the various strange goods on the streets to her in a friendly manner. Apart from the fact that her two buns had become the hovering void bun that was more in line with female cultivators, she basically did not change at all. She did not seem like she had been bullied no matter what. Yu Zijian sensed the gaze and turned around. She saw Li Qingshan's burly figure that stood out from the crowd with a single glance. Her mouth widened in surprise before turning into joy and joy. She called out, "Niu Juxia." She attracted the attention of everyone in the market. She jogged over to Li Qingshan. "Why have you come? Where's my father? Has he come?" As she said that, she looked around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Your father hasn't come. I've come to see you. Are you all right?" As long as he was not blind, he could tell that she was fine. Yep. Yu Zijian nodded. "Zijian, is this your friend?" The Qi practitioners walked over as well. The person in the lead was a young man at the 6th layer. He asked in confusion. Yu Zijian glanced at Li Qingshan first, as if she was confirming that she could call herself his friend. Seeing how he did not object, she smiled boldly. "Yeah." With that, she glanced at him again to see whether he would become angry or not. The sacred church. How could Li Qingshan turn down becoming friends with a cute girl like that? Yu Zijian introduced them to each other. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that the leading 6th layer Qi practitioner was called Mu Jizong. Although he seemed rather modest, he gave off a faint sense of superiority. This was not just a sense of superiority from his strength, but also the pride from his sect. The three fellow disciples beside him gave Li Qingshan the same feeling to some extent. This sense of superiority was not a bad thing for their sects. Instead, it was a good thing. It demonstrated that they had a very high recognition of the Green Vine Mountain, which was why they took pride in being from the Green Vine Mountain. It was not only did it not as bad, but it also proved that it was to say. And Qi, and it to say and said, it and said, one and you said. To say, T and T. Mu Jizong's heart skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "Don't tell me you're the Niu Juxia who threw Song Ming over the wall in a single move." Li Qingshan smiled in tacit agreement. He knew that Song Ming was the so-called senior brother Song. News sure spread quickly. Little did he know that even though the three mountains were allies, they were also competitors. The scandals between their disciples would always spread the fastest. Otherwise, Liu Fengrui would not have come to the Proud Sword Manor so quickly. The disciples immediately felt deep respect towards Li Qingshan. His face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot revealed a white, toothy smile. It seemed to be filled with unfathomable depth. The only female disciple, Cheng Jiali, asked curiously, "May I ask which mountain you cultivate on, sir? What's your cultivation right now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I was born with tremendous strength, and I happened to obtain a body-tempering cultivation method in the mountains. In terms of practicing Qi, I'm nowhere near as good as you, Sir Mu. Independent cultivator, body tempering." They quickly concluded these two phrases from what Li Qingshan had said, and their attitudes changed once again. They recovered the slight sense of superiority that disciples of orthodox sects possessed. Body tempering was the same as external martial arts in the Jianghu. It would always be looked down upon. Of course, being able to practice both internal and external martial arts was another matter. Li Qingshan was clearly not one of them. Independent cultivators who did not belong to any sects or clans were like weeds. They were often pressured and beaten up by the people of sects and clans. Although Li Qingshan was large and tall, he had already begun to feel inferior in their hearts. In particular, Mu Jizong's displeasure towards Yu Zijian's closeness with Li Qingshan had basically vanished completely. This guy's strength is not weak, but he's just a brute. If he can't reach Qi practitioner, what's the use of strength no matter how strong he is? And, he's so ugly. I've underestimated myself by treating him as an opponent. Li Qingshan could clearly sense the many changes in their emotions. His smile did not change, and he sighed slightly over the fickleness of the world. He did not take it to heart. Sucking up to those in power had always been human nature, so there was nothing to be displeased about. However, this was all because Li Qingshan was strong enough, and he was confident enough. Otherwise, it would be unavoidable for him to develop some ill feelings. A person's breadth of mind had always been directly related to their strength. When weaker people tried to act like they were broad-minded, it would often just be to comfort themselves. I've come to visit her in her father's place. She was forcefully taken away by a senior brother surnamed Liu. Who knows how worried her father is? Li Qingshan's voice carried a vague sense of questioning. This child was simple-minded, but he had to stand up for her. You're talking about senior brother Liu? Master has already punished him. The young man furrowed his brows slightly. He was slightly displeased by Li Qingshan's questioning. Li Qingshan became even more surprised. Although he had only seen caretaker Liu once, he should be a powerful qi practitioner who had split open a sea of qi. He wondered just how this girl managed to make the sect master of the Green Vine City punish his beloved disciple for her. Li Qingshan could tell these people were not unreasonable. He glanced at a tea house on the side. It was quiet and elegant inside, and when he saw the signboard on the door, it read Tranquil Tea House. It really did live up to its name. Sure enough, there were not a lot of people inside. It was very tranquil. This isn't a place to talk. Please come in and have some tea. I'd like to ask Zijian a few things in her father's place. This was the first time Yu Zijian had heard him directly refer to her by name. She found it strange, but when she thought about how he had specially come to visit her for her sake, her heart warmed up. Her ears reddened first, and she pinched the corner of her clothes. She had no idea what to say. All she thought was that Niu Juxia really was a good person. This was the first time Mu Jizong had seen Yu Zijian behave like this. He felt jealous for some reason. He asked with a strange smile, "You want to invite us here to drink tea?" After receiving confirmation from Li Qingshan, he exchanged glances with his fellow disciples beside him. They all smiled strangely. Li Qingshan entered the tea house and understood why they were smiling. He also understood why the tea house was so tranquil. There were a few bamboo signs hanging on the west wall, with the prices written on them. Even the cheapest tea cost 7 spiritual stones, while the most expensive ones cost over 20 spiritual stones. Which qi practitioner would not buy pills for cultivation or talismans to protect themselves with spiritual stones? Instead, they would drink a pot of tea. There were no waiters or waiters in the tea house. There was only a single owner, a skinny old man with grey hair. He was also the tea master of the tea house. When Li Qingshan and the others entered, they did not even raise their heads. A few curtains were drawn, separating a few private rooms. The people inside seemed to be talking, but there was no sound at all. Clearly, this was the effect of the formation. Li Qingshan said, "TSK, this tea sure isn't cheap." Yu Zijian pulled Li Qingshan away. "It's too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. There's a steamed bun store on the corner of the street. They use the meat of a 3-colored deer as the filling." The 3 disciples of the Green Vine Mountain chimed in with smiles. "Yeah, there's nothing special about this tea." Their expressions were as expected. Independent cultivators were basically synonymous with poverty. They did not even have enough money to buy pills, so where would they get the money to buy the famous tea from the Tranquil Tea House? Of course, they did not have any ill intentions, but watching a bumpkin make a fool of himself was always a delightful matter. It was obviously impossible for the group of people to just leave with their tails between their legs. At a time like this, a generous and forthright man obviously had to come and save the situation. Mu Jizong said, "The Tranquil Tea House is extremely renowned in the cultivation world. Being able to enjoy a cup of tea from there is basically the greatest enjoyment in life. Since you're here, you might as well take things as you can. Since you're Zijian's friend, I should be the one to treat you since you've come to the Green Vine Mountain." Li Qingshan did not even know about the renowned Tranquil Tea House, so he was obviously extremely ignorant. Cheng Jiali glanced at Mu Jizong affectionately. "Then we'll have to make senior brother pay today. Zijian, why don't you thank senior brother? Let alone someone from a small place like this, even the few of us haven't tasted something so extravagant before." Only then did Li Qingshan sense Cheng Jieli's hostility towards Yu Zijian. She was clearly saying that Yu Zijian was a bumpkin just like him. This was just how troublesome humans were. The hostility of diamonds was on their bodies, but the hostility of humans was in their hearts. However, Yu Zijian just happened to be unable to understand what he was trying to say. She said in embarrassment, "Thank you, senior brother Mu. Actually, I'd like to try what such expensive tea tastes like too. Let's drink the cloud mist tea." The cloud mist tea was the cheapest type of tea. Naive and straightforward women were already rare, but it was even rarer for her to be kind and considerate. She seemed to possess the best aspects of her father and mother. The more he spent time with her, the more he found out about her adorableness and preciousness. Mu Jitsong's gaze became gentler. "Zijian, we'll drink whatever you want." Cheng Jieli's smile stiffened slightly, while the gazes of the two other disciples towards her seemed to contain a hint of mockery. Li Qingshan snickered inside. This was like a clash between a third-rate master and a great qi practitioner. As soon as they clashed, Cheng Jieli had suffered a crushing defeat. Cheng Jieli's appearance was not bad, but she lacked the kind of charm that could move people's hearts. It was just like when it came to the same song, some people could sing it in a normal manner. Although there was nothing wrong with it, it did not matter even if they did not listen to it, while others could sing it to the heart. Just when Mu Jitsong wanted to greet the tea brewer, he was stopped by Li Qingshan. He grinned. "We might come from a small place, but we can still afford a sip of tea. Isn't that right, Zijian?" Only then did Yu Zijian suddenly realize what Cheng Jieli was trying to say just now. She frowned. Exactly. She was annoyed inside. "You can look down on me, but how can you look down on Niu Juxia?" Chapter 214. Mu Jitsong was displeased. Cheng Jieli immediately said, "Fellow Niu, it's not easy for an independent cultivator to earn some spiritual stones. You better save it for pills." The other two disciples chimed in as well. "I know what I'm doing," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "I've killed a bunch of qi practitioners like you, and that's all I have. It really is not easy. However, there's no reason for me to let a group of insignificant people like you look down on me." He did not mind being mocked by others, but he could not bear to see them mock Yu Zijian. He said to the tea brewer, "Uncle, give me the most expensive one. Tea that Warrelis tea or something." Li Qingshan sat down boldly beside a tea table. He was in an extremely bad mood. He could not help it. He had several hundred spiritual stones on him, and he even had a spiritual stone mine underground. If he insisted that he was not a nouveau riche, then he would be lying. The tea brewer finally raised his head and studied Li Qingshan. There were not a lot of people who could afford Warrelis tea in a town that mainly consisted of qi practitioners. He said indifferently, "Please wait a moment." He began brewing the tea by himself. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain were all stunned. The Warrelis tea was a famous tea from the Tranquil tea house. A single pot cost an astronomical 27 spiritual stones. If it were converted into qi gathering pills, it would be enough for a qi practitioner to cultivate for a year or two. Even Mu Jitsong was reluctant to use that to buy a pot of tea. He smiled dryly. "Fellow Niu, how generous of you." Yu Zijian tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and tried to persuade him softly, "Niu Juxia, that's so expensive." Li Qingshan patted the exquisite wooden tea stool beside him. "I'm drinking it myself. What's there to be afraid of?" These were his heartfelt words. One of his great ambitions in life was to taste all kinds of delicacies. Although tea probably couldn't be counted as one of them, he wanted to try anything that could satisfy his appetite. Since he couldn't drink all the teas in the world, then he would drink the best. And his principle towards strangers, especially people he did not like, was to not owe anything. Why would he drink the tea that someone else had invited him to? Yu Zijian sat down beside him. She could vaguely sense that Li Qingshan wanted to stand up for her, which made her feel rather mixed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain all looked at Mu Jitsong, unsure whether they should sit down or not. They also wanted to try the Warrelis tea. Mu Jitsong thought to himself, "Since you want to put on airs at your own cost, so be it. Li Qingshan asked Yu Zijian about what happened after they parted. As it turned out, when Yu Zijian arrived on the Green Vine Mountain, she was supposed to start off as a servant disciple obediently. However, during the entrance ceremony, the Green Vine Elder appeared and tested everyone's talent. Her talent was the most outstanding. The Green Vine Elder was delighted, so he asked a few more questions about her origins. If she were a regular girl, she would have been frightened into silence by the majestic hall and the dignified foundation establishment cultivators a long time ago. However, Yu Zijian said, "Originally, I didn't want to come. He forced me to come." She pointed at Liu Fengrui and told him how he had threatened and coerced her to stop her from speaking carelessly. Tears streamed down her face. The children that Liu Fengrui had brought to the Green Vine Mountain from the Proud Sword Manor were close to this senior sister in the first place, so they began to feel homesick. A while later, all the children began to cry in the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain. The entrance ceremony turned into an awkward one. The Green Vine Elder felt rather embarrassed. He pointed at Liu Fengrui and cursed, "If someone else sees this, they'll think that all the disciples of our Green Vine Mountain have been abducted." Liu Fengrui knelt down in a hurry to apologize. Even among his fellow disciples, he was not well liked. No one spoke up for him. They all secretly mocked him. The Green Vine Elder left in a huff, and Yu Zijian turned the tables. As a matter of fact, she could even be described as turning the tables. However, the Green Vine Elder did not tell Yu Zijian to leave, nor did he tell her to join the Green Vine Mountain. As a result, she remained behind for some reason, becoming the only non-disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan guessed that the Green Vine Elder probably wanted Yu Zijian to join the Green Vine Mountain, but he did not want to force her. The Green Vine Mountain accepted disciples, not enemies. Only someone as obstinate and self-opinionated as Liu Fengrui would be so unreasonable. The disciples could tell what the Green Vine Elder was thinking, so they purposefully tried to get closer to Yu Zijian, persuading her to just join the Green Vine Mountain. Coupled with how likable she was in the first place, she had become familiar with everyone in less than a month. Coupled with the protection of an admirer like Mu Jizong, there was actually nothing an inner disciple like Liu Fengrui could do to her. The Sacred Hall senior brothers and sisters all said that Guy was a bad person. They told me not to take it to heart. Mu Jizong said awkwardly, "Zijian, don't speak carelessly. Senior brother Liu is just a little rash. He's not a bad person." Although he disliked Liu Fengrui, he still had to protect his fellow disciples in front of outsiders. Li Qingshan had no idea how to respond to Yu Zijian's adventures. He could not help but sigh. Some people were born luckier than others. This luck did not come from powerful clans, but a certain ability, the ability to smile at the world. The world was like a mirror. If you smiled at it, it would smile back at you. They were not born with this ability. Instead, they had received the most gentle care and the most correct education from young. Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji were not as lucky. They had both developed vicious personalities from their lives. They used the claws and teeth known as cunning and resourceful and valiant and resolute to fight and kill in this world. This was the strength they relied on to survive. Yu Zijian was not resolute, nor was she particularly resourceful. Her cultivation was pitifully low. However, she could make the mature Hua Chenglu obtain an innate pill for her, and she could make the resolute Li Qingshan run several hundred kilometers for her. This was also her strength. At this moment, the tea brewer served up a pot of fragrant tea. When the tea was poured into the teacups, it was clear and colorless, just like clear water. However, it gave off a wondrous fragrance, which was relaxing. Li Qingshan said, "I'll replace alcohol with tea. Thank you for taking care of Zijian." He drank all the tea, and a stream of heat flowed into his stomach, spreading out. Even his body warmed up. Not only did the fragrance linger in his mouth and teeth, but it basically lingered in his lungs too. Drinking a cup like that on a cold winter night was basically the best form of enjoyment. With a cup, all of his selfish thoughts seemed to have been cleansed away. He became completely lazy. Both the tea leaves and the tea water contained pure spiritual qi, which surpassed regular pills. It was extremely beneficial to both his body and mind. It really is good tea. Mu Jitsung and the others sipped it slowly. They were indescribably relaxed. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their arrogance had vanished, and they spoke with a little more politeness. As the saying went, it was hard to bear the consequences of being taken advantage of. Even if they mocked Li Qingshan after drinking such a famous tea, they were not that thick-skinned. Cheng Jiali's gaze towards Li Qingshan became slightly gentler. She could tell that Li Qingshan was not a poor independent cultivator trying to look impressive. Instead, he was a generous man who truly did not care about 20 or 30 spiritual stones at all. Women would always have a favorable impression of him. Li Qingshan smiled. The tea really does live up to its name of worryless. Only Mu Jitsung was unable to cheer up. He had originally been the center of attention in this small circle, yet a pot of tea from this boorish fellow had stolen all the limelight. How could he just accept this? Fellow Nyo, the way you drink it seems to be a waste of the tea. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Mu Jitsung had been waiting for that. He smiled. He went on a long ramble, talking about the way of tea and the classics of tea, demonstrating his great knowledge. Cheng Jiali and the others gave him a few words of support. The two country bumpkins, Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian, just held their teacups, drinking as they listened. When Mu Jitsung's speech came to an end and he wanted to drink some tea to moisten his throat, he discovered that Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian had already wasted all the remaining tea. He was immediately stunned. Yu Zijian said in admiration, "Senior brother Mu knows a lot." Li Qingshan said, "I feel like I've learnt a lot too." Yu Zijian continued to drink slowly, but he really drank it like a bull, pouring cup after cup into his stomach. "You're drinking my tea, yet you still have so much to say. There's no need for you to drink it." Cheng Jiali and the others felt fortunate that they had acted quickly. They did not forget to drink tea, snatching a few cups from Li Qingshan's mouth. It was enough for half a month of cultivation. The spiritual tea was not like the tea of the secular world, which could be brewed multiple times. The tea brewer had used a technique to infuse all the flavors of the tea into the spiritual water, so none of it went to waste. There was only a single pot. Yu Zijian rubbed her belly. "It's so warm." Li Qingshan said, "Exactly." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. All Yu Zijian saw was that Li Qingshan's eyes had become clear. They no longer had the sharpness from when they first met, but they seemed extremely calm and clear. He had gone from a vicious tiger to a gentle ox, which made him look at her a little more gently. Suddenly, she felt like she could not look at his gaze any more than the sharpness from before. She dodged his gaze and lowered her head. Mu Jitsung felt like everything he had said just now had been for nothing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Nyo, do you understand the profoundness of the way of tea now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I'm a crude person. I can't remember that much." He turned around and said to Yu Zijian, "What do you think, Zijian? Do you want to go back with me?" Before Yu Zijian could even answer, Mu Jitsung said firmly, "No." Without master's permission, Zijian cannot leave the Green Vine Mountain. Cheng Jiali tried to persuade him gently, "Senior brother." She was eager for Yu Zijian to go as far away as possible. However, if two men were to fight over something, it would not just be about the loss of the item, but also their pride. It was not something that could be persuaded by a few words from a bystander. Li Qingshan did not look at Mu Jitsung. He only said to Yu Zijian, "What do you think?" Yu Zijian immediately became hesitant. In the past few days, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain had all taken great care of her. If she just left, she would feel like she was letting down their good intentions, and it would probably make things difficult for Nyo Juxia. "You should think about it. Don't worry about anything else. Just follow your heart. I believe the Green Vine Elder is a reasonable senior. Don't forget about the way I told you when to make a choice." Li Qingshan understood what she was thinking. He patted her shoulder and ignored Mu Jitsung's ugly expression. He stood up and arrived before the tea brewer to pay the bill. He had just fished out 27 spiritual stones from his 100 treasures pouch. The tea brewer said proudly, "How's my worryless tea? You might be able to taste it, but it's not like you're chewing on a peony." He specialized in the way of tea. As he watched Li Qingshan drink cup after cup, he was displeased. He finally could not help but say something. Chapter 215. Mu Jitsong laughed aloud. You're not just chewing on peonies. Are you playing the lute to a cow? I'm just joking. I hope fellow Niu doesn't mind. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. The tea is good, but the water is just so. Zijian, it's the same with making friends. You have to choose good water, or you'll be ruining the tea. Yu Zijian agreed with a murmur, which made Mu Jitsong's expression change. However, the tea brewer became irritated first. Kid, you're pretending to know when you don't. You're blabbering nonsense. I've obtained this water from the Sky Spiritual Spring on Mount Biluo. Mu Jitsong said, fellow Niu, you probably haven't heard of the Sky Spiritual Spring before. It ranks 97th on the list of spiritual springs of the Green Province. This ranking was not very high, but it was already very impressive to be able to be ranked in the top 100 in the 30,000 miles of Azure Province. The top 96 places were all occupied by famous sects, so how could a small rogue cultivator have the chance to taste it? The tea brewer huffed. Kid, you sure are knowledgeable. You really do come from the Green Vine Mountain after all, Li Qingshan said. So what? The tea brewer said, so what? If you can bring out even better water, then I'll treat you to the pot of tea. Otherwise. He gave off his aura. He was actually a 7th layer Qi practitioner. Yu Zijian said in a hurry, Senior, please don't be angry. My friend was just saying. Li Qingshan stopped her and smiled. There are probably more famous springs in the world than a single list of famous springs. Since Senior wants to treat me to it, then I'll accept. He took out a jar of clear water from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it before the tea brewer. This was a spiritual spring that Li Qingshan had found underground by following the spiritual river to its source. The water was cold and sweet, enough to seep into people's hearts. Although he did not know the way of tea, he could sense that the spiritual qi in the water was much denser than some sky spiritual spring. Most of the spiritual springs in the world originated from extremely deep underground. As they flowed to the surface, the spiritual qi would disperse, and the water quality would instead deteriorate. But how many people in the world could go deep underground, and how many people would go deep underground just for a jar of spirit spring water to make a cup of tea? That spirit spring was guarded by one of the strongest diamonds. Even if Qi practitioners went there, they would only be able to survive. If Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers, wanted to drink some water, how could he refuse? The jar was just an ordinary porcelain jar. Mu Jitsong watched with folded arms, waiting for Li Qingshan to make a fool of himself. Yu Zijian was filled with worry and concern. The tea sommelier casually opened the porcelain jar and looked inside. The resentful sneer on his face suddenly froze. This water? A layer of white mist floated on the surface of the water, and as soon as the jar was taken out, a layer of water condensed on top of it. Mu Jitsong walked over impatiently. What do you think of this water? He was also stunned. The spiritual aura emitted from this jar of water was actually not inferior to that of many medicinal pills. The tea sommelier scooped up a cup of water in a hurry and drank it. He shivered. The clear water seemed to be even colder than ice. He refused to believe it, so he scooped up his own water with a copper ladle and placed it in the jar. Before long, the water in the ladle had actually frozen. That's right. This is ice condensate water. Li Qingshan had never thought the water he had retrieved from the underground spring would actually possess something like this. How is it? Is it better than your water? The tea sommelier said dejectedly. The ice condensate water that ranks 52 is obviously much better than sky spring water. I've misjudged you. I never thought Sir would actually be able to enter the Ice Sight Palace. I've never heard of this Ice Sight Palace. I've said it before. The renowned springs of the world cannot be covered by a mere list of renowned springs. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. As Li Qingshan said that, he was about to stash away the jar of water. Wait. The tea sommelier stopped Li Qingshan in a hurry. What, you're going back on your word? Li Qingshan asked. It's just a cup of tea. I can still afford it. I'm Lu Ziyu. How many spiritual stones are you willing to sell this jar of water for? Lu Ziyu's eyes shone, looking at Li Qingshan eagerly, or perhaps the jar of ice condensate water. The people of the Green Vine Mountain had never expected the situation to develop like this. This Niu Juxia had actually taken out spiritual water that completely surpassed the Sky Spring. Not only did they not spend a single copper coin to drink this extremely luxurious pot of renowned tea, but they even made a profit. Mu Jitsong was surprised. Are you old Senior Lu? Lu Ziyu's cultivation was not particularly great, but he was skilled in the way of tea, so he was rather renowned among tea practitioners. It was said that he had brewed tea for many foundation establishment cultivators in the past and was treated as an esteemed guest. Never did they think he would actually appear in the town and manage this tranquil tea house. Lu Ziyu nodded reservedly. Mu Jitsong refused to accept this. I've heard that ice condensate water is suited for forging swords and artifacts, but I've never heard that it's suited for brewing tea. Lu Ziyu said, how ignorant. The temperature of ice condensate water is extremely low, so most people think it's unsuited for brewing tea. Little do they know that only when ice and fire work together can the taste of tea be unleashed to the limit. However, it requires extremely great skill from the tea master. He was obviously a tea master with great skill like that. Suddenly seeing such fine water, how could he let it go? Mu Jitsong's face darkened, but he could not lose his temper. Li Qingshan said, please name your price, senior. Lu Ziyu said, 30 spiritual stones. Cheng Jiali cried out slightly. The jar of water was actually even more expensive than the pot of tea just now. 30 spiritual stones was a tremendous sum to a measly qi practitioner like her. Li Qingshan said, given senior's character, you won't go so far as to cheat me. 30 spiritual stones then. Lu Ziyu never expected Li Qingshan to not haggle. He rejoiced inside and nodded while stroking his beard. You're worth teaching. However, I do have a small request. What is it? Senior, please use this water to brew a pot of warreless tea for me. Lu Ziyu glared at him. Kid, don't be too greedy. He wanted to waste his water and his tea leaves. If he used the ice condensate water to brew a pot of warreless tea, he would have to sell it for at least 50 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan said, I won't hide it from senior, I have more than this jar of water. He paused for a moment. I would also like to see senior's profound tea ceremony. If senior really won't agree, then I can only keep this water for myself. He sighed and was about to put away the water. Wait. I'm itching to try my hand today. I'll satisfy your small request. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth and agreed. If only the cost was considered, this price seemed barely acceptable. Listening to Li Qingshan's words, not only did he have more than one jar of water, but he also seemed to know where the spring was. If he could provide him with this ice condensate water for a long time, it would definitely be of great benefit to his tea ceremony. Lu Ziyu couldn't wait to scoop up the water and cook the tea. Every movement was elegant and natural, but he didn't use an open flame. Instead, he held the teapot in his hand and used his own true qi to cook the tea. He precisely controlled the heat, and there was nothing else in his eyes. A moment later, Lu Ziyu let out a light breath and opened the lid of the teapot. A strange fragrance rose and lingered, far superior to the warreless tea from before. The guests behind the curtains suddenly stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. A few qi practitioners on the street outside stopped and sniffed. What is this smell? It smells so good. Chapter 216. Lu Ziyu held up the ice condensate water, not caring about anything else. If you have water, you must bring it to me. Li Qingshan replied perfunctorily and left. He didn't expect that the water he found underground could be sold for such a good price. He was still a beginner when it came to the exploitation of underground resources. Holy Church, old man Lu, why are you hiding such good tea and not letting us have a taste? A man lifted the bamboo curtain and shouted. I'm coming. Lu Ziyu took down the bamboo plate from the wall, wiped it with his hand, and added 20 spirit stones to the price. Zijian, are there any places that sell cultivation methods here? Li Qingshan saw how Yu Zijian still needed to think about it, so he was in no hurry. It was rare for him to come across a market where cultivators bought and sold, so he obviously had to take a proper look around and buy a few items that he could use. Mu Jitsong and the others became even more certain that he was an independent cultivator. Only independent cultivators would need to buy cultivation methods. Yu Zijian was troubled. I'm not sure either, Mu Jitsong said. There's one in the corner up ahead. Fellow Nyo, it's getting late, so we need to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Let's bid farewell here. All right. Zijian, take some time to consider it. I'll probably stay here for a few days. Once you've made up your mind, come down the mountain and let me know. Li Qingshan said happily. Since Yu Zijian was safe and sound this time, there was nothing for him to worry about. Even if he really did decide to join the Green Vine Mountain, it was fine. Furthermore, he and Mu Jitsong were on the verge of falling out, so there was no point in gathering again. Mu Jitsong was rather surprised by how straightforward Li Qingshan was. For a moment, he was unsure whether he was interested in Yu Zijian or not. Who would have thought that Li Qingshan's ambitions were in the 9 heavens? Although he would be moved when he saw a beautiful and adorable girl, he would not be too entangled in these romantic affairs. He would just let fate take its course. Yu Zijian said, Thank you, Nyo Juxia. I've already considered it. Li Qingshan was surprised. Really? It's rare for you to make such a decision. Are you going to stay or leave? I've decided to go to the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said calmly, a drastic change from her usual indecisiveness. Mu Jitsong's face reddened. Zijian, you better think it through. Our Green Vine Mountain isn't any weaker than any of the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said sincerely, Thank you for taking care of me in the past few days, senior brother Mu. However, I've already promised Chenglu that I'll go to the 100 schools of thought with her to study, and I need to repay her for the innate pill. Then she smiled at Li Qingshan. Nyo Juxia, is this what you meant by making a choice? Li Qingshan clapped his hands and praised, Exactly. It's not like you're a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, so why don't you come with me right now? Mu Jitsong said anxiously, Don't even think about it. Without my master's orders, however, Yu Zijian shook her head. I can't leave yet. Chenglu has received my letter, so she'll definitely find a way to find me. If I leave right now, wouldn't she be coming empty-handed? And, I can't just leave like this. It's already been a month. That friend of yours might not necessarily come. Li Qingshan expressed his doubts over the friendship between the two girls. Chenglu will definitely come. Yu Zijian was extremely certain. I hope she doesn't betray your trust, or it'll be her loss. Li Qingshan smiled. Who said weak people did not have their own perseverance? Being able to trust others was also an impressive ability. If Chenglu really could come and resolve the problem properly, that would obviously be for the best. I'll still be staying here for a few days. If you change your mind, come find me after you leave the mountain. Li Qingshan glanced at Mu Jitsong. By then, it probably wouldn't be so easy for her to leave the mountain again. It was impossible for him to charge up the Green Vine Mountain and face a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He had to take responsibility for his own choices. Even kind-hearted and cute girls needed to understand this. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and left. Yu Zijian watched as his tall figure merged into the crowd and lights. She said extremely softly, Thank you, thanking him for respecting her choice. Li Qingshan took out the pot of Warrelis tea from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved it into the bamboo basket on his back. A soft, white hand accepted it. Little and leaned against the cotton cushion leisurely with one leg crossed over the other. He held a Buddhist scripture in one hand and a purple clay teapot in the other, drinking tea and reading a book by the spout of the teapot. The holy church. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. At the end of the day, he still did not like dealing with these random people. He was a tiger that roamed the jungle. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of loneliness a long time ago. As he walked through the town, the stalls on the two sides sold a variety of goods. Apart from the common spiritual artifacts and pills, there were also a few fragments of secret manuals that some great cultivator had left behind, or the treasure maps to some mysterious dwelling. Although most of them were just fish eyes, there would be 1 or 2 pearls hidden in there from time to time. A lucky person would obtain them and rise to prominence. This kind of story would always inspire every Qi practitioner. However, if one wanted to find a pearl in this story, they would need to have extremely good foresight or luck. Li Qingshan obviously did not have good insight. He was still a country bumpkin in the cultivation community, and he did not like to rely on luck either. Moreover, he didn't like to rely on luck, so he took a quick look around before arriving at the bookstore that Mu Jizong had mentioned, revealing an expectant expression. What he lacked the most right now was a method of practicing Qi. He never thought he would find a place like this. Good things come to good people. There were 2 simple words written on the blackboard, Book Mountain. When he walked in, he almost suspected that he had walked into a tea house again. There were neither bookshelves nor books here. The only book was in the shopkeeper's withered hands. An old man was lying on a rocking chair. There was also a pot of tea on the small table next to him. He flipped another page before putting down the book in his hands. He said slowly, "Fellow Daoist, what book would you like to buy?" Li Qingshan said, "Uncle, I want to buy a method of practicing. Do you have it here?" The old man smiled and said, "If you don't, why would I still open this shop?" He took out a bamboo scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to Li Qingshan. "All the methods are on there. Take your time to choose." Then, he continued to bury his head in the book. Li Qingshan opened the bamboo scroll doubtfully and injected his true Qi into it. A few words in ink naturally appeared on the bamboo scroll. Body refinement, Qi refinement. He tried to focus his mind on the 2 words Qi refinement. The original words in ink seemed to float away as if they were soaked in water. They condensed again and became yin-yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He randomly chose the word fire and more than 10 methods appeared. This was only the first page. There were probably more than 100 methods in total. Other than the Bing fire method of Qi refinement, he had never heard of any of the others. He then chose the Bing fire method of Qi refinement. The bamboo scroll showed various evaluations of this method. From the difficulty of practicing to the power of fighting, there was everything. Even a layman like Li Qingshan could basically estimate the quality of this method. This roll of bamboo slips was an encyclopedia of cultivation methods. No wonder there were no books placed here. Li Qingshan humbly asked for guidance. "Uncle, I am a loose cultivator. I don't know what method is good. Do you have any recommendations?" The old man smiled. "That depends on which method your body is suitable for. Do you know your yin-yang and the 5 elements?" "I don't know, but it should be water." The old man said, "Our store can test your body for 1 spirit stone each time. Do you want to test it?" Li Qingshan happily paid a spiritual stone. The old man fished out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. There were many profound inscriptions on it, and the twisting and turning lines formed a simple formation. The old man shook his hand and the scroll became 7 feet long. He spread it on the ground. "Sit on it and concentrate." Li Qingshan gently put down the bamboo basket and sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. He closed his eyes and concentrated. "Let's test yin-yang first." The old man held the scroll. The formation immediately shone and shone on Li Qingshan's body. It formed a small shadow on top of his head. The old man shook his head. "You can't cultivate any yin-yang techniques. It is extremely difficult to condense profound yin true qi. But you don't need to be discouraged. I can tell from your physique that you walk the path of yang." It was late at night, but there were still many people in the market. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the bookstore. The pedestrians covered their eyes and said in surprise, "What is this? Is it the birth of some treasure?" A Qi practitioner squinted his eyes and looked into the bookstore. "What do you know? This is a yin-yang test." "What?" "When I first tested it, the light was only the size of a fist." A few Qi practitioners walked into the bookstore. They saw a head-sized ball of white light floating above Li Qingshan's head. The old man praised, "You have an excellent aptitude for the profound Yang Dao. Cultivating profound Yang True Qi will be twice the result with half the effort." Li Qingshan said, "Old uncle, do you have any cultivation techniques to recommend? Don't be anxious. Let's test the 5 elements. Although the cultivation techniques derived from the yin and yang qi are all-encompassing, they are difficult to cultivate. You will need guidance from a master. I usually don't recommend rogue cultivators to cultivate them." As the old man spoke, he tested Li Qingshan's 5 elements. When he tested the wood, only a small blade of grass appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man shook his head. This was far worse than ordinary qi practitioners. When he tested the metal, a small sword appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man nodded slightly. When he tested the earth, a huge rock appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded even more. The earth element was above the yang element. A set of the Wu earth unyielding qi art was enough. When he tested his fire, a small ball of fire condensed above Li Qingshan's head. The old man thought it was a pity. His fire element was extremely mediocre. If it were as good as earth, then he could dual practice yang and fire. The true yang method of fire had been prepared for him. It was also rather strange. Normally, people with a powerful yang element would not have a particularly weak fire element. Could it be? The old man immediately thought. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Water and fire would restrain each other. Just like the yin and yang qi, if one was strong, the other would be weak. Then, this kid's water element should be good. Because Li Qingshan thought he should have the water element, the old man tested his water last. A blue light filled the bookstore. Even though the old man was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked. Chapter 217. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His mind was blank, but he felt like he had returned to the Blackwater, where he had chased the Blackwater salamander for 3 days and 3 nights. His heart condensed into water. His front, back, left, right, and every direction became flowing water. Like a tangible wave, it surged into the surroundings endlessly. The qi practitioners in the shop retreated subconsciously, circulating their true qi to block it. Only when the huge wave passed through them did they realize it was just an illusion formed from blue light. The wave even surged out of the bookstore, reaching the streets. The qi practitioners on the way were all extremely shocked, looking at one another in shock. What's going on? How can such a powerful illusion appear when testing the 5 elements? Who knows how many talented geniuses there are in this world? There's nothing we can do to be envious of them. Stop wasting time. Go buy some pills and prepare to enter secluded cultivation. We have to stand out in the herb gathering ceremony this time. The qi practitioner beside him glanced at the bookstore again before pulling his companion away. The old man said slowly, "You can rise now, sir." Li Qingshan stood up and said politely, "What do you think, uncle? Which cultivation method suits me?" To cultivators, choosing a suitable cultivation method was basically 10 times more important than choosing a suitable wife for mortals. If mortals married the wrong wife, they could still get a divorce. If it really did not work out, they could only endure it for a few decades at most. However, if cultivators chose the wrong cultivation method, they might lose a few hundred years of their lifespan, or they might die a violent death in battle. Li Qingshan was extremely cautious about this. He was not knowledgeable himself, so he obviously had to consult an expert. The old man stowed the formation scroll away slowly and said, "I've tested the constitutions of many independent cultivators for so many years. The number of people with such great talent in the innate 5 elements can be counted on one hand. If you cultivate gooey water true qi, you'll definitely be able to advance valiantly and advance at a tremendous pace. The water element techniques you use will also be far more powerful than regular people." Li Qingshan knew he was not some talented genius. This was probably due to the effects of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. When he practiced a certain demon's ability, he seemed to possess the nature of that demon. The spirit turtle was a divine beast of the water. Controlling the ocean was as easy as a child playing in a bathtub. The sacred temple, even if Li Qingshan had only inherited a sliver of the spirit turtle's intelligence, It would be perfectly normal for him to possess talent like this. His talent in metal and earth was probably related to the ox demon and tiger demon's divine abilities. Other cultivators probably wouldn't believe him. Apart from a small number of spirit herbs, no one had ever heard of a cultivation method that could change one's talent. Talent was a gift from the heavens. Although hard work could make up to it, it was not enough. However, the abilities that the Black Ox had taught Li Qingshan had completely changed his body and race. His so-called talent had instead become insignificant, not even worth mentioning. Sir, I method. Who is, GUI, is, Islet, method. I, said, method, Qingshan, and saint, 1, The old man's eyes flickered. Actually, with your talent, it's nothing difficult for you to find a sect that specializes in GUI water true qi. You don't have to buy a cultivation method from me. For example, a certain school in the 100 schools of thought specially requires their disciples to specialize in GUI water true qi. I just happen to be acquainted with their school leader. Li Qingshan said in admiration, Uncle, you really are kind-hearted. You really are a scholar after all. However, I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I don't want to be restricted. He lowered his head and studied the bamboo slip again. With a thought, the various water element cultivation methods were all listed out. These cultivation methods were not too expensive. The more expensive ones were only a few dozen spiritual stones each, while the cheaper ones could be bought for around a dozen spiritual stones. Just now, the spiritual stones he had earned from selling water were enough for him to buy the GUI water method of condensing qi. Qi practitioner was still at the initial stage of cultivation after all. Qi practitioner cultivation methods were not some divine arts or secret manual, so it was obviously impossible for them to be ridiculously expensive. Moreover, only a nouveau riche like Li Qingshan would think that a few dozen spiritual stones were not expensive. It was unknown how many years it would take for an ordinary individual cultivator to accumulate enough spiritual stones. Therefore, on the catalogue, there were several spiritual stones marked. The entire set of cultivation methods was sold separately. For example, the first 3 levels of the GUI water method of condensing qi only needed 5 spiritual stones. The few qi practitioners in the shop exchanged glances and whispered a few words. In that case, let this old man think about it. You can take a look for yourself first. The old man lowered his eyes as if he was disappointed that Li Qingshan insisted on buying his cultivation method. However, he also seemed to be relieved. He stroked his beard and pondered. Such a good material, as long as he chose the right cultivation method, he would definitely have a boundless future. Li Qingshan was filthy rich. He immediately found the most expensive water cultivation method. Although the most expensive was not necessarily the best, it was definitely not too bad. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean is worth 110 spiritual stones. It has a very high requirement for talent. When testing the 5 elements, you need to conjure a wave at the very least to be able to practice it. The difficulty of practicing it is also marked as extremely difficult, but after practicing it, your true qi will surge like the tide, boundless. However, it was labeled as incomplete at the back. Even if it was incomplete, it could still be practiced to mid-foundation establishment. This cultivation method was no longer just a method of practicing qi, which was why it was so expensive. No, this price was already a bargain. Li Qingshan thought, I cultivate the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression as a demon. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for me if I practiced the arts of the boundless ocean as a qi practitioner? Uncle, how about I practice the arts of the boundless ocean? The Arts of the Boundless Ocean was originally a core cultivation method of a sect called the Ocean Sect. Once you practice it to the 9th layer, you can condense an ocean pearl in your body, which is about the same as the golden core of Taoism and the arrow of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up even more. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he would be a great master in this world. Even if he did not run amok, he would be able to move about freely. He never thought he would actually come across a cultivation method like this in this tiny bookstore. Wasn't this luck equivalent to buying a god artifact from a street stall or picking up a divine beast from the side of the road? However, I don't recommend you practice this cultivation method. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why's that? Even if it was incomplete, he could find a way to gather the complete one. Once he reached foundation establishment, his strength as a demon would definitely become even greater. As long as he found the ocean sect, he refused to believe he could not obtain the second half, whether it was through trickery or by force. The old man seemed to see through Li Qingshan's thoughts. He sighed. The ocean sect has already been annihilated in the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, why would I be bold enough to sell the sect's secret manual? Annihilated? Who annihilated it? Rather than saying that it was annihilated, it would be more accurate to say that it was unable to recruit suitable disciples. The one who sold this half of the cultivation method to me was a descendant of the ocean sect. His aptitude was not enough to cultivate this cultivation method, and I don't know where the second half is. I've been trying to find out all these years, but I've found nothing. Otherwise, the value of this book would be more than 10 times higher. Li Qingshan was immediately disappointed. Even the old man who specialized in buying and selling books had said so. If he wanted to find it, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I can try to use this incomplete manual to cultivate to foundation establishment first. At most, I'll just switch to another cultivation method. The power of this cultivation method was truly tempting. At this moment, among the few Qi practitioners in the bookstore, a middle-aged man with a red face and a red robe said, "Fellow Daoist, there's something you don't know. Not to mention how difficult it is to reach foundation establishment, the stronger the cultivation method, the more unique the nature of the true Qi. When that time comes, it will be difficult for you to switch to another cultivation method." Li Qingshan was no fool either. He immediately understood what he meant. They were both water, but there was the water of the ocean, as well as the water of the clouds and mist. Although they were both derived from the word water, they were like the many branches of a large tree. The higher they extended, the further apart the branches would be. Jumping from one branch to another would become more and more difficult. It was just like the old granny of the Black Yin True Qi. If she wanted to learn the art of refining corpses, she would be asking for trouble. "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. May I ask for your name?" The red-faced man said, "I don't deserve my name. Fellow Daoist can choose a cultivation method first. Later, I'd like to invite fellow Daoist for a drink. Please don't refuse." Li Qingshan nodded slightly. The old man said, "That's right. The more profound the cultivation method, the more guidance is needed from a senior. Seeing that fellow Daoist doesn't lack spirit stones, I have a cultivation method to recommend." The old man took the cultivation method catalogue from Li Qingshan's hand and chose a cultivation method for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a look and could not help but smile bitterly. It was actually another gooey water method of condensing qi, but upon closer inspection, the gooey water method of condensing qi was actually priced at 95 spiritual stones. It was more than 3 times more expensive than the regular gooey water method of condensing qi. It was labeled with the words "General Reference." He could not help but raise his head and look at the old man. The old man said, "The gooey water condensation method has been improved by countless people. It can be considered a royal cultivation method. Not only is it easy to cultivate, but the gooey water true qi cultivated is also the most moderate. If fellow Daoist can cultivate it to the highest realm, you can use it as a foundation to cultivate almost any advanced water cultivation method. But fellow Daoist is a rogue cultivator. Without the guidance of a master, it can be considered to be innately disadvantageous. This gooey water condensation method records the cultivation experiences of many great cultivators. It will definitely be of great help to fellow Daoist." Li Qingshan nodded. It turned out that not only was this a cultivation method, but it was also a cultivation note. Of course, following the path of predecessors was much easier and safer than finding one's own path. Moreover, the old man was very far-sighted. If Li Qingshan could cultivate this cultivation method to the highest realm, his vision would no longer be limited to this store. He would have the opportunity to encounter more advanced cultivation methods. But this price is a bit too high. The red-faced man agreed and said, yeah, who would buy such an expensive cultivation method? Even if he and his companions put it together, they wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit stones. The old man smiled and said, knowledge is priceless. Moreover, this general reference manual has 7 more water element spells than the ordinary, gooey water chi condensation technique. Whether fellow Daoist wants to pick herbs or fight with others, it will be very useful. Chapter 218. The red-faced man shook his head. Learning too many spells will distract you from other things, which is not good for your cultivation. The old man said, this is true for normal people, but with your talent in the water element, it will be much easier for you to learn these spells than normal people. Of course, this depends on your choice. I also have a version without these spells for only 60 spirit stones. If you don't have the cultivation notes, 30 spirit stones will be enough. The red-faced man was speechless. Geniuses and normal people were indeed not equal. Li Qingshan thought for a while and decided, okay, this is it. I'll buy it. He immediately counted out 95 spirit stones and gave them to the old man. He didn't need a few dozen spirit stones, and the cultivation method was related to his future development, so he didn't need to be stingy in this place. The rosy-cheeked man and his companions were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had taken out almost 100 spiritual stones just like that. He did not seem like an independent cultivator at all. No, even if he was a disciple of a sect, it was rare for him to be so generous. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became more and more enthusiastic, which made them even more determined to befriend him. The old man was also full of smiles. He took out a jade scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and gave it to Li Qingshan. No shop owner didn't like a straightforward customer, so it was worth the effort he put in to explain the method. The jade scroll was white and slightly yellow. There were many mysterious runes engraved on it. Although it was only a thin piece, it felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan tried to immerse his mind into it, and the 10 stages of the gooey water condensation chi method all appeared, corresponding to the 10 stages of training chi. Among them, the first stage was for those who directly practiced the gooey water condensation chi method. The content was similar to the simplified version of the innate training of chi method. The real core of the method was the last 9 stages, corresponding to the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians. He skimmed through it and found that the gooey water condensation chi method was much more complicated and mysterious than the innate training of chi method. His comprehension was average, and his education was mediocre. If he didn't have the notes, it wouldn't be easy for him to understand the profound meaning within. He took the right step. Not bad, this is exactly what I want. Thank you for your advice, uncle. Li Qingshan first put the jade scroll into his 100 treasures pouch. When he returned, he would compare it to the notes of various famous experts and slowly study it. You're too polite, fellow Daoist. The old man was also very satisfied. He thought of something and said, my store doesn't only have cultivation techniques. We also have all kinds of ancient books. I even have a few mental maps here. Fellow Daoist, you should take a look. If you're planning to go on an adventure, you'll need a mental map. Li Qingshan chose the cultivation method that he was going to cultivate, and his heart calmed down. He had the mind to think about other things. After listening to the old man's words, he asked, do you have a mental map of Qingju? The old man was mildly surprised. He smiled. You sure are ambitious, fellow. I only have the mental map of the Clear River Prefecture here. Qi practitioners normally don't need such a large mental map, so this should be enough for you. Sanctuary. Since you don't have it, then forget it. Li Qingshan only wanted to find out how much the mental map of the Green Province Jiyu Yangying had given him was worth so that he could return the favor in the future. He did not like owing people anything, no matter what it was. The old man said in a hurry, if you need a larger one, you can stay here for a few more days. I can find a way to get a mental map of the Rui Commandery, but the price, Li Qingshan smiled. There's no need. He had already thought it through. To Jiyu Yangying, this was just something she had done casually. She had probably forgotten all about it already. Even if he wanted to return the favor, was he supposed to use spiritual stones to do so? He would just be looked down on for no reason. Thinking about it now, the bag of spiritual stones that Jiyu Yangying had specially given to Wang Pushi outside Qingyang City definitely was not inferior spiritual stones. It could even make a foundation establishment cultivator feel extremely grateful, to the point of even being afraid to accept it so easily. Its value was probably much greater than all of Li Qingshan's possessions combined. However, there would be a day when he would stand before her. In the eyes of regular cultivators, these distant, unreachable goals did not make him depressed or discouraged. Instead, they filled him with endless fighting spirit. At the very least, he had taken another firm step forward now. Li Qingshan added, "I'm still inexperienced, so I only have a smattering of knowledge regarding the cultivation community, such as some spiritual spring register. Are there any books here that specialize in this aspect so that independent cultivators can make up for some common knowledge?" Coming out this time, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of his severe shortcomings in this aspect. The spiritual spring register was still a small matter. There were so many spiritual herbs underground, yet he could not name a single one, nor did he know their value or how to use them. Now that he had come across such a great opportunity, he obviously had to make up for it. The old man smiled. "You've come to the right place." He took out a bamboo slip and passed it to Li Qingshan. It was also a catalogue. Apart from the spiritual spring register, there was also the spiritual artifact register and the demon beast register, which broadened Li Qingshan's horizons. There was also the classic of Materia Medica, which recorded the appearance and properties of spiritual herbs. It was something that Li Qingshan urgently needed. The importance of this knowledge to Li Qingshan was no less than a cultivation method. However, these books were far more complicated than cultivation methods. Aside from the classic of Materia Medica, there were several dozen other books that described spiritual herbs. The authors of every single one of them were different, and there were even many differences in their descriptions of spiritual herbs. "Do you have any recommendations, uncle? It'd be best if it's something like the General Staff Department's encyclopedia." Of course. As a result, Li Qingshan spent almost another 100 spiritual stones and bought a jade slip. The name of the jade slip was the Book of All. Apart from introducing the various spiritual herbs and spiritual artifacts in detail, the book also recorded the knowledge of human geography, the detailed history of the Great Xia Empire, the anecdotes of various famous people, and even gossip like beauty charts. It truly was all-encompassing. With the book in hand, Li Qingshan felt like his future was becoming clearer and clearer. The Qi practitioners became even more surprised. The rosy-cheeked man said, "How extravagant of you, sir." He had taken out 200 spiritual stones without even batting an eyelid. Was he really just an independent cultivator? The old man's smile grew even wider. It was rare for him to come across such a large deal. It really had been the right decision to come to the Green Vine Mountain this time. "Is there anything else you need, sir? However, I really can't think of anything else I can sell you." Li Qingshan said, "Are there any books that record Buddhist scriptures here?" "There are." The old man immediately fished out a jade slip from his 100 treasures pouch. "The name of this book is the Scripture Pavilion. It's a compilation of Buddhist scriptures compiled by the great masters of the Chan Monastery of Nga. I'll give it to you for free. Then I'll be thanking you, uncle." Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip. Right when he was about to bid farewell, the old man suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve and shoved a paper book into Li Qingshan's hands. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but the old man said, "Don't ask anything. Read it when you get back." His expression was slightly unnatural. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He stowed the book away in his 100 treasures pouch. Chapter 219. Li Qingshan ignored the curious gazes of the Qi practitioners. All he said was, "What's the matter, everyone? Please go ahead." The red-faced man did not ask too much. He waved his hand generously. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's talk in the tea house. Tea is tasteless. Is there a place to drink alcohol here?" I'll be the host today. The Sacred Hall. Li Qingshan was in a great mood now that he had dealt with a few matters on his mind. The red-faced man smiled as well. I prefer alcohol a little more. The 100 Flavors restaurant is just up ahead, but you can't fight with me over being the host. Li Qingshan held the jade slip of the Book of All in his hand. Many pieces of information about the 100 Flavors restaurant immediately appeared in his head. This was an extremely renowned restaurant in the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture. The chefs there were actually all qi practitioners. Their cooking was similar to how Lu Ziyu brewed tea. They used methods that only qi practitioners knew, and they used ingredients that regular people rarely saw. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, this item was useful. It was like he had gathered the knowledge of several dozen know-it-alls into this thin jade slip. To an independent cultivator who had only just begun cultivating like him, it was basically a welcome gift from the heavens. However, independent cultivators who were willing to spend almost 100 spiritual stones on something like this were extremely rare. Disciples from sects all had masters who taught them the common knowledge of the cultivation community, so it was even more impossible for them to spend so much money. In the 100 Flavors restaurant, a few people sat down at a long table by the window. The red-faced man said, I'm Han Xiong. These are my friends. He introduced Li Qingshan one by one, and the qi practitioners all bowed. Li Qingshan nodded and returned the greeting. He introduced himself. I'm Niu Juxia. May I know why you've invited me here, fellow Han? He also thought that calling himself Niu was a little too perfunctory, so he just listened to Yu Zijian and called him Niu Juxia. Don't tell me you're that Niu Juxia who defeated the inner disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, in a single strike? Han Xiong felt deep respect and could not help but use honorifics. Li Qingshan did not expect that he would be so famous, so he humbly replied, I was just lucky. The other 3 qi practitioners, on the other hand, were surprised and confused. Unlike Han Xiong, they asked, Brother Han, what's going on? Are you talking about that golden rooster gentleman, Song Ming? Li Qingshan almost broke into laughter. What golden rooster gentleman? That was even worse than tiger descending the mountain. Han Xiong explained to his companions. Li Qingshan didn't want to interrupt, so he looked at the restaurant. Just like the other buildings in the town, it was made of pure wood and emitted the unique fragrance of wood. The decorations were not luxurious. Instead, they were very plain. There wasn't even a single painting. It made people feel like they were here to eat and drink. The owner obviously had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. Just at this moment, a waiter walked over with a tray of dishes. He wore a square hat on his head and a white scarf on his shoulder. He deftly placed a pot of wine and a few delicate dishes on the table. His voice was full of enthusiasm as he introduced the origins of these dishes. His actions and speech were all very standard, but also somewhat mechanical. Li Qingshan took a closer look and realized that this was not a waiter at all. It was clearly a humanoid puppet, but it was very intricately made. It wore the clothes of a waiter, and its exposed skin was covered in some kind of paint. It looked exactly the same as a human's skin. It was clearly not the type used for battle. Presumably, this market did not allow ordinary people to enter, but qi practitioners were not willing to do the work of serving food and wine. Thus, they ordered these waiter puppets from the Mo family. Holy Hall at this time, Han Xiong finished explaining Li Qingshan's glorious achievements. The gazes of the qi practitioners as they looked at Li Qingshan were filled with respect. The strongest among them, Han Xiong, was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Even if they combined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat any of the inner disciples of the 3 mountains. They had originally thought that Li Qingshan was a little inexperienced qi practitioner. Who would have thought that he was such a powerful figure? Han Xiong stood up and poured a cup of wine for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sat there without moving. He raised his cup and gestured slightly before downing the wine in one gulp. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Han, can you tell me why you're here now? Han Xiong also hurriedly downed the wine in his cup. We're all members of the Truth-Seeking Society. This time, we're sincerely inviting you to join us, fellow Daoist Nyo. What kind of sect was the truth-seeking society? Li Qingshan quickly immersed his mind into the Book of All, but found nothing. Han Xiong said, fellow Daoist Nyo, you don't have to worry. The truth-seeking society is merely an association of itinerant cultivators. It's not some big sect, so the Book of All wouldn't have any records of it. An association of itinerant cultivators? This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of such an association. He asked curiously, actually, I've never really understood what exactly is an itinerant cultivator. That's what you don't know, fellow Daoist Nyo. Itinerant cultivators don't just refer to cultivators who cultivate alone. As long as they don't come from a clan or sect, they're all itinerant cultivators. Li Qingshan said, with fellow Han's cultivation at the 5th layer, it's more than enough for you to establish your own clan or sect. Han Xiong smiled bitterly. Without my own heritage and legacies, how can I call myself a clan or sect? Normally, if a clan or sect doesn't have a foundation establishment cultivator, then even if you gather 100,000 Qi practitioners together, you'll still be an itinerant cultivator. You won't receive the recognition of the cultivation world. Speaking of which, my Han family is basically like a local tyrant in Wanxian City, 500 kilometers to the northeast. But in the entire cultivation world, we're not even worth mentioning. We're often ostracized and humiliated by sect disciples, which is why we've formed associations to protect ourselves. Li Qingshan said, with fellow Han's strength at the 5th layer, can't you find a sect and join it? He pointed at the towering mountains outside the window. Like this green vine mountain. Han Xiong sighed. I'm so old, and I don't have startling talent like Brother Nyo, so which sect will accept me? I can only explore it bit by bit on my own. What do you think, Nyo Juxia? Do you want to take a look at our truth-seeking society? Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with him. The sect disciples he had seen so far were all young, yet they were already at the 5th or 6th layer. Judging from Han Xiong's appearance, he was in his 40s or 50s at the very least. His talent definitely could not be considered great. He vaguely remembered that Zhu Wenbin had said that sects usually only accepted young disciples. They had to grow up on the mountain, receive the teachings of their masters, and be taken care of by their senior brothers and sisters. Only then would they have a sense of identity and belonging to the sect. This was also the foundation of the existence of a sect. Li Qingshan weighed his words in response to Han Xiong's invitation. I'm afraid I don't have the time. And, I might even join a sect in the future. Seeing that Li Qingshan did not explicitly reject him, Han Xiong became even more enthusiastic. The truth-seeking society is not a sect, so we won't ask you to do anything. We just gather once in a while to exchange our experiences in cultivation or exchange resources. It won't waste any time. The 3 practitioners beside him echoed, that's right, that's right. Everyone gathers together to drink and chat. It's so joyous. Last year, we even organized a group of people to enter the Boundless Mountains and found a few 100 kilograms of black iron essence. Li Qingshan had a better understanding of the nature of this truth-seeking society. Han Xiong said, how about this, after a while, we will have a gathering in the quiet Spring Valley. You can go and take a look. If you don't like it, we won't force you. Let me think about it. Li Qingshan raised his wine cup and said no more. Han Xiong exchanged glances with his 3 companions and said no more. Come, let's drink. Li Qingshan looked out of the window at the brightly lit market and the endless stream of Qi practitioners on the streets. He asked curiously, is this place always so lively? Han Xiong said, how is that possible? It's because the decennial herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains is approaching. That's why so many Qi practitioners are here to prepare. Li Qingshan was confused. The herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains? What does it have to do with normal wandering cultivators? Han Xiong said, the disciples of the 3 mountains are strong. They go to gather herbs and attract the attention of the diamonds. We wandering cultivators have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Aren't we being used by the 3 mountains as bait to attract the diamonds? Li Qingshan turned around and saw the 4th layer Qi practitioner named Zhu Wei smiling coldly. Han Xiong said, anyway, The more people, the safer it is. Safer? I don't think so. Countless Qi practitioners die underground during the herb gathering ceremony. How many of them die to the diamonds? Underground? Isn't it the boundless mountains? Li Qingshan was surprised and put down his cup. Han Xiong smiled. Brother Niu, you really don't know anything. Almost all the spiritual herbs in the boundless mountains that can be harvested have been harvested. If we go deeper, we'll attract a demon general and all the Qi practitioners will die. Who would dare to go deeper? Li Qingshan had an ominous feeling. He continued asking, are there no diamonds or demon generals underground? Han Xiong said, of course. Speaking of which, some underground places are even more dangerous than the boundless mountains. However, it's much safer to go underground and head southeast. Wasn't that the territory ruled by Milupt? Li Qingshan asked hurriedly, why is that? He had already vaguely guessed the answer. Han Xiong was happy to show off his knowledge. If you ask someone else, they might not be able to tell you the answer. However, the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society has a friend who is a core disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. That's why I know. If we were to gather herbs in other places, if we were to slay demons and hunt for their fey cores, we would definitely attract the attacks of demon generals. It would be lucky if 9 out of 10 people could survive. However, this place rarely attracts demon generals. Furthermore, the herb gathering ceremony will only begin in 1 or 2 months. Do you know why? Why? Because we have to wait until the weather is at its coldest. It's said that the demon general will enter hibernation at that time. It's the best time to kill diamonds and harvest spiritual herbs. It doesn't matter even if we turn the underground upside down. Li Qingshan was suddenly at a loss for words. He knew that Milupt's 2 hobbies were eating and sleeping. Even if it wasn't winter, he would probably be lying on the stone platform without moving most of the time. That was why Qi practitioners could take advantage of him. But why had he only heard Milupt talk about the pressure from the other demon generals? He had never heard of the threat from the surface. Why should we be afraid of demon generals? Aren't the leaders of the 3 Mountains Foundation establishment cultivators? As long as they work together, they should be able to kill even a demon general. Han Xiong's eyes widened. Fellow Daoist Niu, you don't even know about the Treaty of Kings? The sudden increase in volume startled the Qi practitioners at the neighboring table. They all looked over at Li Qingshan with shock and disdain. It was as if it wasn't that Li Qingshan didn't know about the Treaty of Kings, but that he didn't know that the sun was round. Zhu Wei said, fellow Daoist Niu, it's not strange that you haven't heard of it since you've only just left the mountain. The Book of All must have extremely detailed records about it. Why don't you take a look? Li Qingshan gripped the jade slip and sank his thoughts into it. He immediately received all the information about the Treaty of Kings. The information was very complicated. If he were to read it one by one, he would probably not be able to finish it even in 3 days and 3 nights. However, after skimming through it, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He understood why the other Qi practitioners were so shocked. Qi practitioners who did not know about this could be said to have not even begun to understand it. The Treaty of Kings originated from the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Legend had it that he had the bloodline of diamonds. When he conquered the world, he received the help of many powerful diamonds and established the Great Xia dynasty. After establishing the Great Xia dynasty, the most important and illustrious titles were the Human King of the 8 provinces and the Demon King of the 10 territories. The founding emperor presided over the Treaty of Kings. After 100 days of discussion, they signed a treaty that divided the boundaries between diamonds and humans. The 2 races would never invade each other. What deterred Milupt from taking a step above ground was not the demon commander above him, nor was it even the Dragon King of the Sea in the Green Province. Instead, it was the treaty from several millennia ago. However, low-level demonic beasts had limited intelligence, while there were far too many Qi practitioners, making them very difficult to restrain. As a result, whether it was demonic beasts charging above ground or Qi practitioners venturing underground, they were all tolerated and tacitly agreed to. Of course, if they were killed in the other party's territory, they would just be seeking death. The treaty truly restricted humans and diamonds who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation, whether it was Foundation establishment cultivators venturing underground to kill diamonds or demon generals venturing above ground to kill humans. The best outcome was the offender being hunted down by the combined efforts of the two races. The worst outcome was the flames of war reigniting, and all humans and diamonds would be sucked into it. Today, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators ventured underground to kill a demon general. Tomorrow, it was possible for a demon commander to appear and slaughter all the Qi practitioners on the Green Vine Mountain and in the town. Even with how bold Li Qingshan was, he shivered at the thought of that. However, when he heard that Foundation establishment cultivators would not venture underground, he eased up slightly. However, his mind was in turmoil. As the leader of the demon soldiers, diamonds were all his subordinates. He could not allow anyone to slaughter him. As for the various resources underground, he had absolute control over them. He would never hand them over to someone else. If he were a pure demon, he would obviously return underground immediately and gather the diamonds. He would lay down a trap and slaughter all the invaders. That way, he would be able to obtain many hundred treasures pouches. However, he was still a human at the end of the day, so this decision would not be so simple. For a moment, he was even in the mood to eat. He became patient again and asked Han Xiong about more matters regarding the herb-gathering ceremony before bidding farewell. Han Xiong could tell that Li Qingshan's interest had waned, so he did not force him to stay. Instead, he tried to persuade him to pay a visit to the quiet Spring Valley. After asking about the time and location, Li Qingshan agreed in the end. It was no longer just for the sake of broadening his horizons. The quiet Spring Valley was not far from here. The gathering was before the herb-gathering ceremony. No matter what his decision was, he had to pay attention to the changes here. Arriving downstairs, Li Qingshan ordered another table of food and wine. He put them into his 100 treasures pouch to take away. It was late at night. Li Qingshan found an inn to stay for the night. He spent 5 spirit stones and booked the best room. Under the guidance of the owner, he opened the old door. The space inside was much larger than he expected. He knew that some kind of formation had been used to increase the space inside. Although it was winter, the room was as warm as spring. The room was covered with a thick silk carpet. The patterns on the carpet did not seem to be patterns, but some kind of formation. It caused the spiritual energy in the room to be slightly denser than it looked. There was a jade screen embroidered with an exquisite beauty holding a peeper. When the owner knocked on the screen, a moving sound of stringed instruments could be heard. There was a praying mat in the room that was said to be able to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was said to be very helpful for cultivation. There was actually a huge bathing pool in the room. Not only could it gather water by itself, but it could even use 2 glyphs to control the water temperature. Not only had Li Qingshan never seen the various gadgets made by Qi practitioners before, but he had never even thought about them before. They were not exactly technologically advanced, but they were definitely extremely comfortable. Before the owner left the room, he suddenly stopped. He smiled in a way that all men understood. If you find it hard to sleep alone, I do know a few young and beautiful female cultivators. All you need are a few spiritual stones. He treated Li Qingshan as a generous, yet inexperienced, wealthy customer. Li Qingshan immediately had no idea how to react. He felt like he had crossed over to another world in this situation. However, he had no idea whether the police, the Hawkwolf Guard would come to inspect the room. He waved his hand in a hurry and declined righteously. "There's no need. I want to rest." The owner showed a rather regretful expression. He said reluctantly, "There's a communication talisman in the room. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Li Qingshan closed the door and exhaled. He placed down the bamboo basket on his body and opened it. "You can come out now." Little Anne extended her hands towards him. Li Qingshan said, "Can't you come out yourself?" However, he had already scooped her up and placed some food and alcohol on the table. "Let's eat." He casually took out the jade slip from the scripture depository and passed it to Little Anne before sitting down to one side. He leaned on his hand as he watched Little and eat. However, his mind had already wandered off somewhere. He was not even in the mood to take out the gooey water method of condensing qi. Little and said softly, "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Qingshan said, "I've already eaten." However, Little and had already delivered a piece of fish to his mouth. "You really are becoming more and more disobedient," said Li Qingshan as he ate the fish. "What do you think I should do?" Little and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Li Qingshan said, "That shitty herb gathering ceremony, of course." Little and's face was filled with surprise. "Aren't you going to kill them all?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. "Since when did I say that? It's not like I know them, and they're not here for me either. Starting a massacre like this isn't too good, is it?" Little and lowered her head. "But I don't know them either." To her, that reason was enough. No, it should be said that she did not need any reason at all. Apart from the man before her, anyone else could die. Strangely enough, because of each other's existence, neither of them could become great demons who did whatever they wanted. Chapter 220. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said seriously, "You can't kill people you don't know." After saying this, he felt like his whole person had been sublimated. He felt like he had fulfilled his duty as an educator. "So I am such a kind person." Little and blinked, not knowing if she understood or not. Holy Hall, however, Li Qingshan already had a plan in mind, so he was no longer worried. He walked behind the screen and took off all his clothes, revealing his well-defined, sturdy body that seemed like it had been forged from iron or stone. With a shake of his shoulders, he leapt into the swimming pool-like bath with a plop. The hot water gushed out of the bath and over his chest. Li Qingshan let go of his hair and leaned against the side of the bath comfortably. He took out the jade slip for the gooey water method of condensing qi from his 100 treasures pouch and studied it carefully. The first level was the simplified version of the innate training of qi method. With a glance, he knew it didn't take much effort. But from the second level onwards, it was a bit difficult. He originally thought that he only needed to convert the qi in his body into gooey water qi, but after studying it carefully, he found that it wasn't that simple. It was the same as cultivating the yang heel meridian, but the requirements weren't as simple as connecting the meridians. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, and the kidneys controlled water. The gooey water condensing qi method needed to sense the kidneys and absorb the essence of gooey water. But how to sense it and absorb it was a mysterious ancient text. If he didn't have the foundation of the innate training of qi method, he would definitely be at a loss. Although it was a bit better now, he still felt that it was very difficult to understand. Luckily, he bought the version with annotations. The notes of the seniors were much easier to understand, so he could at least feel his way forward. But the content of the handwriting was more than 10 times that of the gooey water condensing qi method. After looking at it for a while, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but admit that he had nothing to do with talent or intelligence. He submerged his head into the water and floated in the ripples. His mind also calmed down, and a thought occurred to him. His comprehension was not good, but didn't that mean that there was a genius child beside him that even the green bull praised? Li Qingshan said, "Little Anne, have you finished eating? Come take a bath." From drinking tea to eating, he would never forget her in any kind of comfort. Takedera Little and immediately came in front of him, took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Li Qingshan handed the jade slip to her. "Help me study it." Then, he took out the book that the old man in the bookstore had carefully handed to him. At that time, he had taken it in a hurry, so he didn't even have time to read the title of the book. His heart was filled with anticipation. What exactly was the book that the old man had given him so cautiously? Could it be that it was some kind of special cultivation technique that the other party saw that he was talented enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world, so he gave it to him without accepting any spirit stones? The binding of the book was extremely exquisite, and the stitching was meticulously done. It exuded a faint scent of ink, and the paper used was also of the highest quality. When he held it in his hand, he felt that it was a bit heavy. But by the standards of a divine cultivation technique, it was a bit too new. No matter, He had to take a look at the book first. On the bright and clean vermilion cover were the 3 elegant words accompanying a flower's sleep. It was slightly different from the name of the secret technique that Li Qingshan had imagined. He flipped to the next page and saw the words Chapter 1, Hua Sanyang mistook her lover. Then, there was a poem that went, "The affairs of the world are never free. 1,000 thoughts of love, a moment of enmity. Lovers, who are willing to die for love? First make enemies, then reunite." What the hell is this? Li Qingshan was startled. The book that the old man had given him so carefully was actually a novel. He didn't believe it, so he patiently read on. Then, it turned out to be a very boring story. If it was just boring, then it wouldn't be a big deal. The more he read, the more he felt that something was wrong. The descriptions of sexual intercourse were very bold. Of course, for a transmigrator like Li Qingshan, the white steamed buns and purple cured meat really didn't have the slightest bit of excitement. But in this era, it should be considered rather out of line. After flipping through a dozen or so pages, almost all of the male characters and all of the female characters had a go, but it didn't make the book any less boring. Until he flipped to the 15th page, an exquisitely drawn erotic picture impressively appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This erotic picture, not only were the lines meticulous, even the expressions were vivid. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Li Qingshan felt that the drawing was very good. Then, he didn't have the patience to read it page by page. He casually flipped through the pages, and there were many more erotic pictures like this at the back. Li Qingshan was finally convinced that the book in his hands was indeed an erotic book. But this didn't make sense. That seemingly virtuous and amiable old man was so careful just to give him an erotic book. Even the weakest qi practitioner was a person of high authority among mortals. If he had the time to read this thing, wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to find a famous prostitute in a brothel? Could it be that the old man was a book lover and appreciated some of the cultural connotations in the book, so he wanted to share it with me, but was afraid that I would look down on this book because of that kind of content? This was the only reasonable explanation. But the content of this book was clearly very clumsy and had absolutely no cultural value to speak of. Li Qingshan was confused. He was 10 times more confused than when he was reading the water condensation method. There must be a secret hidden in this matter that he didn't know, but it was deliberately hidden in this kind of trash book. Li Qingshan touched it with his hand. There was no interlayer. He injected true qi. There was no reaction. He shone it against the light. There was no image. He poured water on it. It was wet. Inside and out, he tried all kinds of methods, but this was just an ordinary book. Could it be that there was some kind of code hidden in the content of the book? But even if there was, he didn't have the chance to read it correctly. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough wisdom, look for Little Anne. He glanced at Little Anne and saw that she was concentrating on studying the water condensation method. He then looked at the book in his hand. If she found out that he was reading this kind of book, wouldn't it be embarrassing? He immediately dispelled this idea. If it weren't for Little Anne beside him, he would have done the positions in the erotic pictures to see if there was some kind of qi circulation method. What are you looking at? Little Anne suddenly came over. Her long wet black hair was winding down on her white jade-like shoulders, floating on the water. It looked more like some kind of aquatic plant. Pa Li Qingshan closed the book tightly. He said with an unnatural expression, "Nothing." "Ah, have you finished studying it?" He inexplicably remembered the old man's expression when he gave him the book. Little Anne curiously looked at the book in Li Qingshan's hand. She had already completely understood the second layer of the water condensation method. Then, she taught it to Li Qingshan in words that couldn't be more straightforward. Li Qingshan suddenly felt enlightened. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He praised, "You're so smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Little Anne's face was flushed. In the dense water vapor, she vaguely revealed her originally distant beauty. Li Qingshan seemed to suddenly realize the difference between men and women. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, we won't be able to bathe together." Little Anne raised her head. "Then I will never grow up." "Don't be silly. How can a person never grow up? I'm not a human. Li Qingshan didn't take this childish words to heart. Well, we are not human. But we still have to grow up. Little and pouted. Li Qingshan said, but after saying so much, you forgot the most important thing. How to transform the true qi into gooey water true qi? Little and said, can't you directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Li Qingshan scratched his head. It turns out that I'm really not smart enough. His monster core was of the water element. How he cultivated the monster core, he could cultivate the gooey water true qi. He only needed to rely on the infinite heaven and earth. Why should he think about his small self? He wasn't stupid. Rather, he had been conditioned by his habitual thinking, and regarded cultivation methods as the golden rule. However, the advice given by the seniors who had written their own notes were all for ordinary qi warriors. They would never have thought that there were qi warriors who could directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this world. Li Qingshan said, by the way, the uncle who sold the book gave me a book. I think there should be a lot of mystery in it, but I can't understand it. Little Anne asked curiously, is it the one just now? Yes. Can't you show it to me? Absolutely not. Li Qingshan shook his head. Little Anne said disappointedly, then you can ask him tomorrow. Li Qingshan was stunned again. It's not like the bookstore can grow legs and run away. I'll just pay another visit tomorrow. Why did I suddenly become stupid today? It must be that reading this stupid book has affected my IQ. Little Anne hesitated. In the end, he didn't say that he hadn't read the book just now. Li Qingshan said, by the way, this is for you. He handed the jade scroll called Scripture Pavilion to Little Anne. Little Anne accepted it with shyness and joy. Li Qingshan took out the Book of All and looked up information about a few spirit herbs according to his memory. As he expected, every spirit herb could be used as medicine. Among them, the most valuable were the flowers in Millept's cave that could turn into butterflies. They were called blue butterfly flowers, and they were an indispensable main ingredient in refining a precious type of medicinal pill. The name of that precious medicinal pill was True Spirit Pill. Then, Li Qingshan casually looked up the information on True Spirit Pills and suddenly found them to be rather familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Weren't True Spirit Pills the two unknown pills he had obtained from the two grannies in the sect? The effects of the True Spirit Pill were extremely simple. It could convert true qi into spiritual qi. It was a holy item that qi practitioners needed to break through to foundation establishment. The two grannies had carefully stored it away, probably so that they could use it when they reached the peak of qi condensation. However, it had benefited Li Qingshan. It was easy to imagine the value of this spirit herb that Millept said was not tasty. Unfortunately, the Book of All only briefly introduced the medicinal properties of the True Spirit Pill and how to use it. There was no pill recipe or method of refining it. The truly valuable information would not appear in this kind of common book. Chapter 221. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps it's time to change to a pill cauldron, and pill recipes would be a must. However, his alchemy had only scratched the surface from Qian Rongji, so there was no need for him to be overly hasty. At the very least, he already knew how to use these treasures now. The contents of the Book of All were extremely vast and varied. Just a single piece of information was enough for Li Qingshan to stare at for quite a while, broadening his horizons. However, he also gradually discovered that most of the information recorded in the Book of All did not exceed the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture. Once he left this range, the information would become extremely simple and general. However, it was already very difficult to record the many matters that spanned 1,500 kilometers in the Clear River Prefecture. Calling it the Book of All was not an exaggeration. The 9 provinces were so vast, spanning who knew how many kilometers. Even the most powerful cultivators could not traverse through it all, so how was it possible for there to actually be a book that covered everything? It was the same principle as mental maps. Even if there really was a book like that, what value would it have to a measly qi practitioner? There were thousands of cultivators, but just how many of them could make it out of the Clear River Prefecture? Just how many of them could make it out of the Rui commandery? However, Li Qingshan believed there would be a day when he could use these eyes to see everything in the world. Before he knew it, his mind drifted back to the tiny village and recalled that arrogant vow. I want to traverse the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the 9 provinces, taste all the delicacies in the world, drink all the fine alcohol in the world, practice the fiercest abilities, fight the strongest enemies, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Only then will my life not be in vain. Looking at it now, that was just the desire of a person with nothing to gain everything. Perhaps it was very vulgar, but this was the most primitive, instinctive desire hidden in the hearts of every man. When a spark lit up in a restless heart, it would drive that frail body to conquer, to destroy, to create. The most beautiful woman. Li Qingshan grinned. Originally, he had only said it casually, but the book of all really seemed to have a most. The beauty on the list of beauties was, as expected, the one at the top of the list was the beauty in snow-white clothes, the female eagle that overlooked thousands of mountains. Although the portrait on the wall could not express 1% of her charm, it once again evoked Li Qingshan's memories of the past. He praised sincerely, "Hey, what a beauty!" Little and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip and raised his head. "What beauty?" "Nothing." Li Qingshan put away the jade scroll. Since he had seen the first one, he was sure that there were no major changes to his goal for the time being, so there was no need to look at the rest. "Humph." Little and turned his head away. "Hey, you've even learned to get angry." Li Qingshan smiled as he pinched her nose. Little and shook her head and struggled in his arms, but her face was full of smiles. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and pinched her nose. "My little Anne will also be a great beauty in the future." "Really?" Little Anne said with a heavy nasal voice. "Didn't you hear what that damned old woman said? Heavenly fragrance and beauty. I guarantee it's true. I think even that Jiyu girl can't compare to her." "Jiyu girl?" Jiyu Yangying. Li Qingshan was surprised. "You know her?" Little Anne nodded gently. Li Qingshan propped up his cheek. "But to be honest, Shenyu isn't bad either." "Forget it. Children won't understand what you're saying." Little Anne made a face and stuck out her tongue. Li Qingshan soaked comfortably in the hot water for an entire night. He felt 10 times more comfortable than lying in bed. To him, water had already become as close as a friend. As such, he practiced the second layer of the gooey water method of condensing qi. He entered a meditative state with the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression first before slowly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and circulating it according to the mental cultivation method of the gooey water method of condensing qi. The true qi in his body was converted into gooey water true qi strand by strand. When the sun rose, Li Qingshan had already reached the second layer of the gooey water method of condensing qi. He only needed to convert the first few layers, using the gooey water method of condensing qi to cover up the innate method of practicing qi, so it did not take a very long time. However, as soon as the sun rose, Li Qingshan could no longer sit still. He leapt out of the bath, put on his clothes, and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He took Little Anne with him and went straight to the bookstore. The old man was still the same old man from yesterday. He lay on the rocking chair leisurely, reading the book from yesterday. When he saw Li Qingshan enter, he seemed to be surprised and leapt up. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" Li Qingshan cut to the chase. "Uncle, the book you gave me yesterday." "What book? Why don't I remember?" The old man's expression became unnatural again. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and said slowly, "I used various methods and comprehended it for quite a while, but I couldn't get to the bottom of it. That's why I've come to ask for your guidance. Don't tell me you're messing with me." He did not speak as politely as before now. The old man coughed gently. I think I remember it again." "Then, what do you think?" Li Qingshan said, "The erotic drawings are passable, but the writing is bullshit." The old man smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then just pretend you don't have it. Junior brother, oh junior brother, don't blame me for not helping you. Originally, I thought he was a crude person, so he might not be able to tell that the book was bullshit. In other words, you really are messing with me." Li Qingshan thought about the effort he had expended, and his expression became worse and worse. The old man laughed. Fellow Daoist, this old man has something to give you, but I forgot to give it to you yesterday. It can't be this kind of trash again. Li Qingshan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What the old man shoved into his hands was actually the cultivation method for the arts of the boundless ocean. He hesitated for a moment. Uncle, this item is a bit too valuable. I didn't come here to swindle you. The old man raised his hand and shook his head with a smile. In this market square, who can swindle me? Aren't they afraid of the school of miscellanies street patrol? I really did want to give you this book yesterday. Those 2 books made me quite a bit of profit. No matter how valuable a book is, if no one reads it, it's all trash. His withered hand patted the A-flower's sleep. If a book isn't read because it's written too badly, then that's nothing. But if a book is clearly written extremely well, but because the standards of the people in the world aren't high enough, it would fall to this state, like a pearl covered in dust, or a beauty lost. Isn't that too much of a pity? Li Qingshan was also slightly moved. Uncle, you really are a book lover. The arts of the boundless ocean was definitely not a bad cultivation method. It was just that it had too high of a reader, which caused the number of readers to dwindle. The old man continued, when I look at you, I feel that perhaps one day, you will be able to find the second half of this book and let this extraordinary and refined cultivation method once again appear in front of the people of the world. If you don't mind, when the time comes, you can show me the second half of the book. I'll be satisfied. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and proudly cupped his hands. Uncle, if I'm lucky in the future, I'll definitely return the entire arts of the boundless ocean to you. The old man happily said, then this old man will definitely live for a few more years and wait for you. P.S. Alright, I'll call it a day in August. Plus, I'll have my dreams fulfilled. I feel like next month will be even more exciting, Tilda. Chapter 222. Back at the arms shop, Sun Fubai was actually quite surprised. Normally, when a person obtained a rare technique, it would be extremely precious. Even if it was his wife, children, or close friends, they wouldn't be allowed to see it. What Li Qingshan obtained was only a remnant of a scroll that was worth 100 or so spirit stones, and the value of the entire scroll was at least 10 times that. Such generosity and lofty sentiments really made him sigh in amazement. This was because Li Qingshan had his eyes set on the 9 heavens. No matter how precious a technique was, it was just a process to him. Once he took this step, who knew how long the road ahead of him was waiting for him? One's vision determined one's breadth of mind. In the bookstore, Li Qingshan chatted with the old man for a while. He found out that the old man's name was Sun Fubai. Sun Fubai was knowledgeable and experienced. After the conversation, Li Qingshan also felt that he had benefited a lot. As they chatted excitedly, Sun Fubai gave Li Qingshan a few more books. They were all bound paper books. The paper had already turned slightly yellow, and the edges were even curled up. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "Don't worry, these aren't those kinds of books. These are my favorite historical books." Li Qingshan relaxed and casually flipped open the book. In the blank corners of the book, there were many notes written in red. It was obvious that these were the books that Sun Fubai usually read. For a book lover to give away the books that he usually read, it was really a great gesture. He said respectfully, "Thank you, uncle, for your generous gift." Sun Fubai said, "The youngsters these days only think about the secret techniques that can make them stronger overnight. How would they know the true essence of the books? I can see that you are brave and valiant, you have a heroic spirit, and you are quite talented as a chi practitioner. In the future, you will definitely be able to stand out in the cultivation world. However, if you don't understand the ways of the world, no matter how strong you are, you will still be a boorish man who is controlled by others. You can read these books carefully, they will definitely be of great benefit to you." Li Qingshan said, "I've heard people say that reading history can make you wise, and martial arts and secret manuals can only make people stronger, but real books can make cowards brave and stupid people smart. This kind of effect is something that no cultivation method can compare to. This kind of power is true power. Sun Fubai was very pleased. It's good that you understand this. At the center of the market was a lone 3-story building that was not adjacent to any other shops. Although it was a relatively tall building in the entire market, the building was still very inconspicuous. The vermilion paint on the upper floor was peeling, making it look extremely old. Each bead hanging at the door was a precious jewel worth thousands of gold in the mortal world. It was a bit of a waste to use it as a door curtain. Moreover, because no one took care of it, its color had already turned yellow and dull. Only the 3 gilded words "Sundry Goods Store" on the black signboard were still shining brightly. There were countless general goods stores in the world, so it wasn't all that strange for a large city to have several dozen general goods stores. However, there was only this one store that could be opened in this market where cultivators traded. Moreover, in this market, there definitely wouldn't be a second general goods store that existed. The moment Li Qingshan lifted the curtain and entered, he felt as if he had entered another world. In front of him was an inconceivably wide hall. The marble floor was smooth and shiny, and the noise on the street was completely blocked out by the curtain. There were a few elegant women dressed in palace attire sitting at a tea table in the hall, chatting softly with each other. If one raised their voice even slightly, it would create an echo effect in the hall. It was also a space expansion technique, but it was more than 10 times better here than in the inn. When the women in palace attire saw Li Qingshan, they exchanged glances and made excuses, seemingly unwilling. In the end, a beautiful woman helplessly stood up and dragged her palace attire over to greet him. "What does fellow Daoist want to buy?" Her face was lightly powdered. Although her smile was bright, it could be seen at a glance that she had been trained. Moreover, it was difficult to conceal the unwillingness on her face. This woman in palace attire was actually a 3rd-layer qi practitioner. It was admittedly ingenious to use puppets as waiters in the 100 Flavors building, but it was even more impressive to have a qi practitioner act as hostess. It was indeed worthy of being the center of the market, the headquarters of the School of Miscellany. Li Qingshan learnt quite a lot about the market from Sun Fubai. The name of the market was the Town of Flowing Clouds. It was not fixed to a single location. Instead, it constantly moved between a few locations with relatively more qi practitioners. It was like a market for mortals, but they would stay for much longer. The reason why the market was located below the Green Vine Mountain this time was because the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains was approaching. It had attracted many qi practitioners, who were prepared to explore the underground. Before the grand ceremony, talismans and spiritual tools that could increase one's strength were already selling like hotcakes. After the grand ceremony, qi warriors would bring out all kinds of minerals and spiritual plants from the underground world, which would bring a new wave of sales. All of this was managed by the School of Miscellany of the Academy. They were responsible for the safety of all the qi practitioners in the market, as well as maintaining normal transactions. Otherwise, why would high-level qi practitioners negotiate with low-level qi practitioners? It would be much faster to just kill them and search for their corpses. Although the qi practitioners in the tea houses and restaurants did not belong to the School of Miscellany, they all needed to pay a sum of spiritual stones to the School of Miscellany every year. Only then could they operate here. When Li Qingshan asked where he could go to buy spiritual artifacts, Sun Fubai immediately recommended the store of miscellaneous goods. Although it was slightly more expensive than the stalls, the quality was relatively guaranteed. Li Qingshan did not lack spiritual stones, nor did he have a discerning eye, so this was obviously the most suitable place. Li Qingshan said, "I want to buy a weapon." The women in the tea houses giggled softly. "What weapon? Can't you just call it a spiritual artifact?" You can tell with a single glance that you're a country bumpkin who's just emerged from the Jianghu. Don't tell me you've come to buy inferior spiritual artifact. Are you Ping's going to make a fortune this time? Although she had suppressed her voice, Li Qingshan still heard everything clearly. As it turned out, this woman was called Yu Ping. That sure was familiar. As it turned out, these female cultivators were not just responsible for welcoming guests. They were also responsible for sales. It was no wonder they were so snobbish. "Please follow me." Although Liu Rupiang couldn't hear what her companions were saying, she knew they were laughing at her, so she said coldly. Liu Rupiang swayed her hips and climbed the stairs. Her swaying buttocks made Li Qingshan involuntarily think of the innkeeper from last night. He wondered if this was one of the female cultivators he'd introduced to accompany him to bed. He turned around and looked towards the main hall. Perhaps all of them are here. A daoist wearing an azure robe walked through the door. Both his daoist robe and the ancient sword on his back shone with spiritual light. In the world of qi practitioners, this was the appearance of a rich person. The women in palace robes almost all went up to welcome him. One of them with a sweet appearance said loudly, "It's my turn." Only in the end did she go up. Like a victorious hen, she arrived before the daoist. Her smile was much more sincere. Although it was impossible for him to have someone accompany him to bed no matter what because of Little Un's presence, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he did not ask for one, or it would be far too unfair to him. He was still a virgin after all, so how could he allow himself to be ruined in the hands of a woman like that? Arriving before a room on the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn away by a signboard. To no surprise, the words Arsenal of Arms were written on the signboard. Back in Qingyang City, hadn't he bought the tyrant's spear from the Arsenal of Arms? He had never thought he would actually see a branch in the city of cultivators. However, most qi practitioners did not care about the gold and silver of the mortal world. Was there a need for a shop that sold spiritual artifacts to sell weapons in a remote, small city? The fact that they could open a store of miscellaneous goods in the School of Miscellany demonstrated their strength. Liu Rupiang introduced with a professional smile, "The Arsenal of Arms is renowned in our Clear River Prefecture and even the entire Rui Commandery. All the weapons here have been tested by masters, so they're definitely of the best quality, unlike those small stalls outside where the quality varies. They say they're low-grade spiritual artifacts, but they'll crack after a few clashes with others. Then I'd like to take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan set foot in the store, his heart shivered. All of his hairs stood on end. He felt like an army that had fallen into an ambush. Vicious killing intent swept over him. He took a step out instinctively, and all of his bones crackled. His aura rose up abruptly, like the will of an army with a commander at the very front, ready to kill his way out of the encirclement. However, Li Qingshan immediately saw that there were no ambushes in the surroundings. There were only thousands of weapons arranged neatly on the weapon racks, stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough-looking, middle-aged man stood in the center of the weapon racks, staring at him in shock. "Sir, what's wrong?" Liu Rupiang took 3 steps away from Li Qingshan and looked at him carefully. Just now, in that single moment, this man with a peculiar figure who gave off an extremely honest and gentle feeling had suddenly turned into some sort of vicious beast, ready to pick a person to devour. For the first time, she felt that perhaps this man was not as simple as he seemed. Only then did Li Qingshan realize the origins of the sharp killing intent. It came from these weapons. He erased his aura and asked in confusion, "Didn't you sense it?" Liu Rupiang was stunned. "Sense what?" The rough-looking man walked over. "It's easy to sense the killing intent from people, but it's not easy to sense the killing intent from weapons. If you haven't gone through a few life-and-death situations and taken several dozen lives, how can you be so sensitive?" He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "I can tell with a single glance that you're someone who understands weapons. May I ask for your name?" Li Qingshan said, "My surname is Niu. And how should I address you, sir?" "Nice surname, nice surname. You really are as majestic as an ox. My surname is Zhong, so there's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Little Zhong." The woman laughed. "Old Zhong, you're pretending to be young again. Aren't you ashamed?" Little Zhong said, "Cultivators all pursue longevity. I don't have any hope in this life, so why don't you let me talk about it? Isn't that right, Sister Ping?" The shopkeepers in charge of the shops here were mostly not young qi practitioners. Their cultivation speed was ultimately not faster than natural aging. There was basically no possibility for them to continue improving, so they chose to live a more leisurely and comfortable life. Liu Rupiang spat. "Who's your sister Ping? Don't talk nonsense. I've brought you a guest." Hurry up and help him choose a weapon." Just as Li Qingshan was about to speak, Little Zhong raised his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Let me guess, what weapon do you want? P.S. I'm in Sonia right now. I'm out to play, but staying alone in an apartment for a day, writing 8,000 words while eating instant noodles at noon, then going to an internet cafe to post chapters. What kind of mental illness is this? I'm begging for guaranteed monthly votes. With your support, the moral emperor won't die." Chapter 223. Long whale water sucking knife. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "All right, then go ahead and guess. Judging from fellow Daoist's physique, the weapon you've chosen is definitely not an ordinary one. Rather, it's a heavy weapon suitable for close combat that body refiners use. I wonder if my guess is correct." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Yes, Little Zhong, your eyesight is not bad." As his strength grew, his requirements for weapons would also become higher and higher. The wind entwining knife was already completely inadequate, and he hadn't reached the 6th layer of qi refining yet, so he couldn't wield a mid-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, even if he reached the 6th layer of qi refining, he might not necessarily use a small sword or a small knife as his main weapon. This was because at that time, his physique would definitely reach a new peak. Using a wind entwining knife to directly chop someone would be much more efficient than riding a sword. Therefore, his requirements for weapons were not ordinary. Little Zhong saw through his needs at a glance and knew that he wanted a heavy weapon. This also meant that they had such a weapon here. How could he not be happy? When Little Zhong heard that Li Qingshan was willing to call him that, he also beamed with joy. He lightly waved his hand, and a series of mechanical sounds rang out in the room. The weapon racks actually slid rapidly, changed positions, and suddenly stopped. A weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it was filled with huge swords and axes. Li Qingshan casually picked up a great spear and weighed it in his hand. He asked, "Don't tell me there aren't any mid-grade spirit weapons here?" However, all of them were low-grade spirit weapons. Little Zhong smiled and said, "Of course there are. Ordinary qi refiners couldn't afford mid-grade spirit weapons, so they usually only brought people to see low-grade spirit weapons." With a clap of his hands, another weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. The spiritual light of the spirit weapons on it was even denser. If you hadn't come here, it would really be difficult for you to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon for close combat. Liu Rupiang's eyes immediately lit up. Under her guidance, she would also get a share of the profits. Of course, she hoped that Li Qingshan would buy more and more expensive things. That was why when Li Qingshan first came in, she wasn't too willing to entertain him and wanted to switch places with her companions. This was because Li Qingshan's attire, even in the mortal world, didn't look like a rich person. In the world of cultivators, he was the standard poor ghost. From top to bottom, there was not a single thing that shone with spiritual light. At this moment, he thought to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." The smile on his face instantly became more sincere. Li Qingshan looked at the middle-grade spiritual weapons with a satisfied look on his face. "Look at this broken gold sword. It's made of pure gold and weighs 210 kilograms. It can use the golden crescent slash. It's supposed to be a two-handed sword, but I can see that you can use it with just one hand. Not only is it powerful, but it's also agile. Isn't it beautiful?" Little Zhong said as he patted the huge golden sword. Li Qingshan asked, "How much?" "I'll only sell it for 75 spiritual stones." As a result, Li Qingshan gained an estimate of the price of a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he used the standard of exchange with the contribution of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would be around the same price. However, he shook his head. "I'm not too good with swords." Liu Rupiang chimed in, "Look at how beautiful this sword is. If you carry it on your back, you'll definitely look extraordinary." Little Zhong shot a glance at her. Choosing a weapon for a man is even more important than choosing a wife. Women, don't butt in. He could tell that Li Qingshan was someone who truly killed people with a weapon. He was not some young master from a sect or clan who could be fooled by a single word of extraordinary. Liu Rupiang curled her lip. Sure enough, she shut up tactfully. If you're so capable, then sell it yourself. It's just a middle-grade spiritual weapon. I don't even want to waste my breath on it. Little Jong introduced a few more weapons. None of them weighed less than 100 kilograms. Li Qingshan was very tempted. If he could wield a heavy weapon like that in battle, he could probably pierce through any protective true qi. However, after quite a while of consideration, he suddenly asked, "Do you have any high-grade spiritual artifacts?" Little Jong was slightly surprised. "Sir, I do have a few high-grade spiritual artifacts here, but they're all treasures of the shop. They'll cost several hundred spiritual stones at the very least, with some going for over 1,000. Normally, I don't show them to regular qi practitioners unless they're truly interested in buying them." Li Qingshan smiled. "If I don't show them to you, who'll buy them? Do you think I'm not sincere?" Liu Rupieng's gaze towards Li Qingshan immediately softened. A single high-grade spiritual artifact was equivalent to 10 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. It was a rare business deal. Little Jong studied Li Qingshan and smiled. "Fair enough. Please come with me, sir." The three of them came to an extremely tightly sealed secret room. Little Jong took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch. "Sir, please take a look. This item was not made of metal, wood, or stone. It was azure blue in color, like ice. It was carved into the shape of a whale, and there was a spiritual light on it. It was indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact. Among high-grade spiritual artifacts, there are even fewer suitable for close combat. There's only one, and it's worth 852 spiritual stones." Li Qingshan had never seen such a strange weapon before. Hearing the price, his heart sank slightly. A high-grade spiritual artifact was actually this expensive. He only had a little over 300 spiritual stones left on him, and he could only buy a third of it. Moreover, he still had to save some to buy pill cauldrons and pill recipes, so he immediately ran out of money. His expression did not change. "How do I use this?" Little Jong saw that Li Qingshan really wanted to buy it, so he couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. He exchanged glances with Liu Rupieng. This time, he had met a rich customer. "This item is called Whale's Ingestion of Water. You can use it however you like. Let me demonstrate it for you." As he spoke, he took out a large water jar from his 100 treasures pouch. The jar was filled with water. Little Jong placed the whale's ingestion of water into the jar. The blue whale immediately opened its mouth, and in an instant, it sucked all the water in the jar clean. "Watch carefully, sir." He raised his hand, and the whale's mouth spat out the water again. It condensed into the shape of a water blade, and suddenly froze, forming an ice blade. The whale's body became the blade's handle, and cold air filled the secret room. Liu Rupieng couldn't help but shiver, and said, "How magical." Although Li Qingshan knew that she was acting, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not only had he never seen a weapon like this, he hadn't even thought about it. "Now, this is the whale's ingestion of water blade," Little Jong said, and waved his hand again. The ice blade melted into water, forming an ice sword again. "This is the whale's ingestion of water blade. No matter what weapon you want, whether it's light or heavy, it's all up to you. What do you think?" "All right." Li Qingshan nodded. Normal weapons were all made of metal, and it was rare to see a pure water element weapon. If he used gooey water true qi to control it, it would definitely have a good effect. This was practically a weapon tailor-made for him. If a man really chose a weapon like choosing a wife, then he could be said to have fallen in love at first sight with the whale's ingestion of water. However, he was also worried. This ice blade is so fragile. Won't it shatter when it collides with metal? Little Jong said, "Sir, you don't have to worry. The weapon formed by the whale's ingestion of water is comparable to profound ice, and stronger than fine steel. To tell you the truth, the material of the ice blade formed by the whale's ingestion of water is a little weaker than normal high-grade spirit weapons, but it's definitely stronger than middle-grade spirit weapons. As long as it's not shattered in one hit, no matter how many cracks and gaps there are, it can immediately recover. There's no need for an artificer to maintain it." Liu Rupieng said, "Then it'll really save a lot of spirit stones and trouble." A simple repair of a high-grade spirit weapon would cost dozens of spirit stones. Little Jong struck while the iron was hot. And if you infuse it with spirit water, it'll be even more powerful. Since you're willing to buy such a weapon, wouldn't you be willing to buy some spirit water? Li Qingshan's heart stirred. Wouldn't he be guarding an underground ice spring? He raised his hand and flicked the blade with force. A loud clang, like the sound of metal clashing, reverberated in the secret room. Liu Ruping couldn't help but cover her ears. Little Jong's perlicue shook violently. Only a white mark was left on the blade. He couldn't help but praise, "Sir, you're really strong." Li Qingshan knew he wasn't lying. Not only did he use his full strength in that flick, he also used his true qi. The 100-tempered saber was also shattered, but it only left a white mark on the ice blade. If it was replaced with the ice-congealing water, there was no need to worry about the hardness. He could even hang it on his waist, making it convenient to use at any time. Moreover, he could condense a saber even bigger and longer to display his advantage in strength. He could even condense a mace that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. With a smash of the mace, any true qi magical protection technique would be like a piece of paper. For a moment, Li Qingshan's mind was filled with the various advantages of the whale's ingestion of water. He really admired the weapon craftsman who made this weapon. Other than that, what other uses does it have? Although Li Qingshan's expression didn't change, Little Jong had seen countless people and could already tell that he really wanted to buy it. That was why he was being so careful. Little Jong was overjoyed. He immediately opened the secret room and brought Li Qingshan to the training ground that was specially used to demonstrate the functions of the weapon. He pointed at the steel target in the distance. All the ice water was sucked into the belly of the whale. The whale opened its mouth and suddenly shot out countless tiny icicles. In an instant, the steel target was pierced with countless black holes. Whether it was power or momentum, it was even fiercer than the 1,000-mechanism crossbow. Moreover, it had more than 30 rounds of ammunition. It could be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Li Qingshan already wanted to snatch the whale's ingestion of water and use it himself. Little Jong looked at Li Qingshan's expression and the smile on his face became wider. The whale's ingestion of water in his hand suddenly flashed and gradually gathered in the mouth of the whale. With a bang, a ball of water shot out and hit the target that was riddled with holes. The target exploded with a loud bang and was blown into pieces. Li Qingshan said in shock, "Gooey water, godly thunder." Last night, he had browsed through the gooey water condensation method and the related spells that came with it. There were mostly defensive, healing, and trapping methods. Gooey water true qi wasn't very good at attacking. Among the many spells, gooey water godly thunder was the most powerful and important spell. Little Jong said confidently, "Fellow Nyo, what do you think?" Li Qingshan said, "It's a good item, but can you give me a better discount on the price?" Without waiting for Little Jong to speak, Liu Ruping said, "Fellow Daoist, feel free to ask. Every item in this miscellaneous goods store has a price tag that can be found in the main catalog. Whether it's a spirit stone more or a spirit stone less, it's not allowed. It's to save you a lot of trouble. We definitely don't cheat anyone. P.S. For the remaining 2,000 words, please come earlier tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Although it's outside, I'll do my best to keep the pace of updating from 8 to 6. The time might be messed up, but the updates will be maintained. Please rest assured, everyone." Chapter 224. The price of the yarrow core. Little Jong said, "Actually, I can tell that fellow Daoist is determined to get this item. If it was a vendor outside, they would definitely take the opportunity to increase the price. With fellow Daoist's personality, you would most likely be at a disadvantage." Li Qingshan agreed. Whether it was his previous life or this life, he had no talent in bargaining. He didn't want to take advantage of others, he just didn't want to be cheated. "All right, I'll buy this item." Little Jong beamed, and Liu Ruping revealed an expression of ecstasy. This time, those little bitches were going to regret their decision. Li Qingshan said, "However, I don't have enough spirit stones." Little Jong's smile froze. Fellow Daoist, you really know how to joke. Liu Rupiang's expression instantly turned cold. Li Qingshan said, other than selling items, does this place also buy items? Little Zhong said with a bitter expression, the arsenal of arms does buy some weapons, but the price is definitely cheaper than buying. He didn't believe that Li Qingshan could afford the whale's ingestion of water. Could he even take out a high-grade spirit artifact to trade for it? It was rare for a great practitioner to have a high-grade spirit artifact. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingshan didn't seem to be one. What a waste of effort. Who knew that Li Qingshan really did have a high-grade spirit artifact, and not just one? The comb and needle from the two grannies, as well as the cursive sword calligraphy, had a total of 3. However, he couldn't sell any of them right now. Liu Rupiang couldn't help but mock, although this is a miscellaneous goods store, we don't buy all sorts of things. There's a pawn shop just downstairs. Fellow Daoist can try his luck there. Li Qingshan asked in return, how many spirit stones can I pawn the yarrow core for? Little Zhong was stunned at first, then he exclaimed, yarrow core? You have a yarrow core? Liu Rupiang frowned. It's not that easy to get a yarrow core. Don't tell me you mistook it for some jewel. Li Qingshan then took out the beast core he obtained from General Whitefang of Black Rat Mountain from his 100 treasures pouch. I would also like to ask the two of you to appraise this and see if it is a beast core or not. The earthy yellow demon core did not have any particularly bright spiritual light, but it contained the heart and blood of a demon for hundreds of years. Little Zhong and Liu Rupiang spent most of their time in this grocery store. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their eyesight was top-notch. They could tell at a glance that this was the legendary demonic core. Liu Rupiang couldn't help but extend her hand to touch it, wanting to take a look. However, Li Qingshan had already put the yarrow core back into the 100 treasures pouch. Then I'll go ask around at the pawn shop. Liu Rupiang hurriedly pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve and bowed in apology. I misunderstood you just now. Please be magnanimous and don't offend me. Wait a moment, I'll go invite our head shopkeeper over. She intentionally or unintentionally revealed the snow-white peaks inside her collar. If the head shopkeeper found out that she had chased away a customer who wanted to sell a yarrow core, then she wouldn't need to stay here anymore. Moreover, in this period of buying and selling, she could earn spirit stones that she normally wouldn't even earn in a month. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan with a pleading expression. That robust figure seemed to be filled with masculine charm. Even if he had any special requests, it wasn't like she couldn't consider it. Li Qingshan glanced at the collar and knew that although 5 buckets of rice couldn't make people bow down, 1 yarrow core was enough. Perhaps it could even do more. Little Zhong also said, fellow Daoist, you must stay. I already knew that this whale's ingestion of water was prepared for you. Actually, I wanted to give you a discount, but I'll have to wait for the head shopkeeper to come before I can make the decision. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and realized that he had underestimated the value of this yarrow core. He had originally thought that it was roughly worth a high-grade spirit artifact. However, a high-grade spirit artifact clearly wasn't enough to make these two people become like this. Li Qingshan had simply used the spiritual qi contained in the yarrow core to estimate its value. However, he didn't know that a yarrow core was also a necessity to refine some precious spirit pills. It was a sacred medicine that could increase the true qi and spiritual qi of a certain attribute. The thousands of years of peace between the human race and the demon race had directly caused this kind of resource to become rare. Qi practitioners ventured deep underground not only to harvest spirit herbs, but also to display enough strength. Basically, the demons would choose to escape. However, Qi practitioners would most likely set up formations to trap the demons in their nests. Of course, it wasn't to slay demons for no reason, but precisely for this yarrow core. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, then said, all right then, I'll wait here for a while. Liu Rupiang swayed her hips and quickly left. Not long after, she brought back a stout old woman. Her true qi had actually reached the 9th layer of qi practitioner. Her face was full of wrinkles, and she didn't have the strange arrogance of a granny, nor did she have the lowly feeling of a procuress. Instead, She had an air of nobility about her as she welcomed everyone with a smile. I am Shepei. Fellow Daoist, are you selling a yarrow core? Li Qingshan said, that's right. Shepei said, can you take it out for me to take a look? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then handed the yarrow core to Shepei. Since the School of Miscellany could establish such a large market square and do so many businesses, they definitely wouldn't destroy their own reputation for a yarrow core. Shepei carefully examined it. Liu Rupiang's face was full of nervousness. After a moment, Shepei said, fellow Daoist, the quality of this earth attribute yarrow core is very good. Li Qingshan said, may I know how much it's worth? Shepei said, about this, I have a suggestion. Fellow Daoist, listen to it. Before the herb gathering ceremony, there will be an auction in our store. If this yarrow core is auctioned, it will definitely fetch a lot more spirit stones. We'll only take half of the profit. Even foundation building cultivators would appear at the School of Miscellany's auction. If they didn't have a few valuable items, wouldn't they be looked down upon? And people who could casually take out a yarrow core would definitely be rich. If they could participate in this auction, they would be able to raise the price even more and set off the scene. This was killing two birds with one stone. Li Qingshan said hesitantly, but I'm still in a hurry to use spirit stones to buy things. He wasn't too willing to give this precious yarrow core to someone else. Shepei waved her hand and said to Liu Rupiang, today, as long as this fellow Daoist spending doesn't exceed 2,000 spirit stones, feel free to directly get the item for him. If fellow Daoist's yarrow core can't be auctioned for this price, then put it on our tab. Liu Rupiang bowed gracefully. Yes, head shopkeeper. Li Qingshan hid his astonishment. The value of this yarrow core was truly beyond his expectations. However, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression darkened slightly. Shepei frowned and said, is there anything else fellow Daoist isn't satisfied with? Liu Rupiang said, Little Zhong agreed to give him a discount for this high-grade spirit artifact. Little Zhong rubbed his nose. Shepei asked, then we'll round it up and count it as 800 spirit stones for fellow Daoist. Li Qingshan said, since that's the case, then we'll do as senior says. Just now, what he was thinking about wasn't this. Instead, he was thinking that there would probably never be a day where humans and demons could coexist peacefully. He also had a treasure in his body that was worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. A man's wealth was his own ruin. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.